Chapter 1536. It was obvious that these extraordinary youths wanted to take part in the competition. They didn't want others to take advantage of them. Gongsun Xiong of the School of Philosophers, Su Haohui of the School of Vertical and Horizontal, Heng Rushi of the School of Buddhism, Guan Lianin of the School of Taoism, Meng Wui of the School of Confucianism, Mo Li of the School of Moism, Zhou Wenan of the School of Yinyang, Li Chui of the School of Legalism, and Zhou Yu of the School of Agriculture. Heavens, these terrifying fellows are coming out together! As the extraordinary youths walked out one after another, countless exclamations came from all around the square. At this moment, more and more people came to watch from the vast square around the martial proof platform. There were many people from the School of Legalism, and there were also many followers of legalism. The 9 youths who had just walked out were no strangers to the people from the School of Legalism. This time, the other 8 great families had gathered legalism, and many of their younger generation's peak cultivators had come. The youths who had walked out today were all among the younger generation of the various great families. They could at least rank in the top 3 or 4. Take Li Chuya of the legalism, for example. The disciples of the School of Legalism knew that his strength could rank in the top 100 of his peers in the legalism. Li Chuya's cultivation was at the peak of the Nirvana realm, and he already had 1 foot in the martial field realm. That guy provoked everyone's anger and didn't put the 9 great families in his eyes. That guy won 3 rounds in a row. He's too arrogant. Now, as long as we can defeat him, we can get so many treasures. We can also take the face of the School of Legalism and Vertical and Horizontal. Why not? Li Chuya of the legalism has walked out. He wants to completely restore the face of the legalism. Su Haohui of the School of Vertical and Horizontal has also walked out. Not only does he want to win back the treasures, but he also wants to restore the dignity of the School of Vertical and Horizontal. In short, that guy's arrogant words angered the 9 great families. He's doomed to be unlucky. That guy deserves to be arrogant in front of the 9 great families. He's clearly courting death. He still dares to call himself a battle god? Luckily, Han Qi, Void Spirit, Qi Jejun, and Jiang Yinfeng didn't come today. Otherwise, my little finger would be able to crush that arrogant fellow. It's still early. Over the next 2 days, the various great clans will be sending representatives. If we want Heng Qi, Master Void Spirit, and Qi Jejun to make a move, we'll have to wait until the day after tomorrow. They are the representatives of the various great clans. The entire martial proof platform was in an uproar. Some were shocked, some were gloating. However, at that moment, Yu Bufan, Mu Yiming, and the others had nearly collapsed onto the ground. From the unrestrained uproar all around, Yu Bufan and the others could tell that, at this moment, that guy's arrogance had provoked everyone's anger. The young experts of the 9 great clans were all staring at that guy. It was likely that, at this moment, it would be too late for him to withdraw even if he wanted to. He's courting death. Mu Yiming, Yu Bufan, and the others couldn't bear the pain in their hearts. Seeing that the pile of treasures was likely to be lost, that guy would most likely be taught a lesson. On the martial proof platform, everyone looked at each other. Du Xiaofu looked at the 9 extraordinary youths who had walked out and raised his eyebrows. He seemed very surprised, but then he smiled slightly and swept his gaze over those extraordinary youths. What's the meaning of this? Could it be that you all want to challenge me? However, at this moment, no one noticed that Du Xiaofu's gaze had paused on Zhou Yu and Mo Li for a while. Those were 2 familiar faces. Du Xiaofu had seen them before in the Tianhuang continent. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You don't have the qualifications to be arrogant here. Since you dare to call yourself a battle god, then let's continue the battle. Su Haohui from the School of Vertical and Horizontal, who was facing Gongsun Xiong with a gloomy expression, also stared at Du Xiaofu with an unpleasant expression. Defeating Zhang Yunshuang in one move was undoubtedly a huge blow to the dignity of the School of Vertical and Horizontal. He was the most powerful person from the school of vertical and horizontal on the Marshall-proof platform today. Naturally, he had to redeem the dignity of the school of vertical and horizontal. Moreover, Su Haohui would definitely not watch as Zhang Yunchuang's entire fortune was taken away by that guy. I'm a battle god. I'm invincible. Why should I be afraid of you? Du Xiaofu patted his chest, but his face was very pale. He looked at the 9 extraordinary youths who had walked out and said, "However, among the 9 of you, who will challenge me first?" Hearing this, the 9 youths looked at each other. Everyone knew that the guy on the Marshall-proof platform was bluffing. With their strength, any one of them would be able to take him down. However, the problem was that the guy now had a pile of treasures in front of him. If anyone took him down, not only would the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism lose face, they would also be able to take away a pile of treasures. Therefore, at this moment, everyone wanted to make a move themselves. No one would let anyone else make the first move. Looks like you guys can't decide. How about this? Whoever takes out the most valuable treasures that can satisfy me the most can challenge me. How about that? If you win, the sacred wood pulp, blood lipid, soul-increasing grass, and middle-grade Dharma artifacts will all be yours. Du Xiaofu looked at the 9 people in front of him. In front of everyone's eyes, he stuffed a few pills into his mouth and said, "However, I'm invincible. I believe you guys won't dare to challenge me. How about we continue tomorrow? I'll be leaving first today." This guy wants to take the opportunity to slip away. The surrounding people finally understood. The arrogant guy was clearly afraid and wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. In your dreams, since you dare to be arrogant, you'll have to pay the price. I'll give you a chance. Su Haohui from the school of vertical and horizontal shouted. With a wave of his sleeve, a ray of light swept out. Waves of vigorous energy suddenly swept out and landed on the Marshall-proof platform. Boom! The fluctuation of energy caused the surroundings of the Marshall-proof platform to tremble. The vigorous energy caused everyone to be dumbfounded and their hearts to beat faster. 3 domain-grade pills, a middle-grade Dharma artifact, and a peak Earth-grade, high-grade Dharma artifact. Su Haohui said. His voice reverberated in the surroundings. Only the school of vertical and horizontal has these. I can take out these things too. Gong Sunxiong said. With a wave of his sleeve, a large pile of treasures flew out and landed in front of Du Xiaofu on the Marshall-proof platform. Amitba, I'll join in the fun too. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, I'm also tempted. I don't want to fall behind you guys. If you want to compare your wealth, legalism, can take it out too. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire Marshall-proof platform was covered in a ray of light. Energy fluctuations enveloped the entire Marshall-proof platform. The entire Marshall-proof platform was shrouded in clouds and mist, causing the void to become hazy. The 9 extraordinary youths from the 9 great families took out a lot of treasures and piled them up on the Marshall-proof platform like a small mountain. In total, there were nearly 20 middle-grade Dharma artifacts, dozens of domain-grade Dharma pills, and more than 100 honorable nirvana and mixed essence pills. There were also various high-grade Dharma artifacts and Dharma artifacts. What kind of concept was this? The energy fluctuations that were gathered together were enough to cause experts to tremble in fear. Roar! Some of the Dharma artifacts let out the roars of dragons and tigers. There seemed to be a phantom hovering on the Marshall-proof platform. The light was dazzling and shocking. "Oh my God!" everyone exclaimed. No one would have thought that an outsider would cause such a big commotion and alarm the 9 great families. As for the pile of treasures, at this moment, the eyes of everyone present turned red. At the beginning, Zhang Yunchuang's entire wealth was already tempting enough. But at this moment, the 9 extraordinary youths from the 9 great families took out their treasures and gathered them together. No one could remain unmoved. If this pile of treasures was placed on the Kyushu outside, it would be enough to make the major forces fight for it. It would also be enough to attract the old ancestors of the major forces to fight for it. Oh my God! Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming, and the others breathed rapidly, and their hearts beat faster. The intense energy fluctuations on the Marshall proof platform and the pile of treasures filled with bright light made them shudder. Enshrouded in light, Du Xiaofu stood in front of a pile of treasures, illuminated by the light. It was unknown whether it was the reflection of the light or the light itself, but it was as brilliant as the sunset. Even the strands of hair behind his head were dyed with the light, and his battle robes were enshrouded in the light. It seems that the treasures taken out are about the same. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the treasures in front of him and licked his lips. His whole body was illuminated by the multicolored light of the treasures. He looked at the 9 extraordinary youths and said, "The treasures you took out are about the same. I can't choose." "Little brat, is this fun? Do you know who you are acting so arrogant in front of?" Su Haohui walked out from the group of 9. At this moment, his body was covered with runes and his robe was fluttering in the wind. His flesh and blood began to emit a dazzling light, illuminating his bones. An ancient aura flowed around him and filled the air with majesty. "So what if I give you another Spirit Supreme Blood Fruit?" "Take it if you have the ability." Su Haohui was furious. The other 8 families clearly wanted to interfere. That brat on the Marshall proof platform was extremely arrogant. He wanted to take action and solve all of this. Boom! He threw out a spiritual fruit and circulated the profound qi in his body. An endless aura gushed out from his body and surged violently, causing the surrounding space to shake. He shouted loudly, "Who else wants to fight with me? Let me deal with that brat." Damn, Su Haohui actually has such an abnormal item like the Spirit Supreme Blood Fruit. Rumor has it that if one consumes the Spirit Supreme Blood Fruit when breaking through to the domain realm, there will be a chance for Supreme being to undergo nirvana. Although it seems that no one has succeeded, the benefits brought by the Spirit Supreme Blood Fruit are enough to allow one to be at the top of those at the same level after breaking through, and be able to suppress those at the same level. It is said that Su Haohui's ancestor has an extremely high status in the school of vertical and horizontal. Su Haohui himself is also a person that the school of vertical and horizontal focused on nurturing. That's why he was able to obtain the Spirit Supreme Blood Fruit. Although the value of the Spirit Supreme Blood Fruit is about the same as a domain grade elixir, its value is incomparable to Su Haohui's. The surrounding people exclaimed and revealed the origin of the Spirit Supreme Blood Fruit. It also made those who did not know what the Spirit Supreme Blood Fruit was even more excited. There is actually such an abnormal item in this world that could allow a supreme being to undergo nirvana. Su Haohui even took out the Spirit Supreme Blood Fruit. Gong Sun Xiong, Zhou Yu, and the others were also secretly surprised. Du Xiaofu smiled. His pale face was full of smiles. Suddenly, in front of everyone's eyes, he quickly formed hand seals and directly set up a seal that enveloped the large pile of treasures around him. "Brat, what do you mean by this?" Chapter 1537. The 9 extraordinary youths from the 9 great families immediately questioned, but none of them were too worried. Legalism was the law of the land. They were members of the 9 great families, so they were absolutely not afraid that this arrogant kid would dare to snatch the treasures in front of them. Du Xiaofu smiled as he looked at Su Haohui and the other 8 from the school of vertical and horizontal. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've accepted all of your challenges. You want to fight all 9 of us." Zhou Yu of the House of Nong looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise. Damn, that guy thinks he hasn't caused enough trouble. He wants to fight all 9 great families, Zhou Yu, Gong Sun Xiong, and the other terrifying geniuses. That kid is really courting death. That guy's eyes have definitely opened after seeing the treasures. He doesn't even want to live anymore. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Originally, that kid wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. Who would have thought that he would see the treasures and suddenly open his eyes? Many young men and women from the 9 great families had complicated expressions on their faces. That arrogant guy didn't know what the 9 great families represented. He actually wanted to fight all 9 of them at the same time. This was absolutely not putting the 9 great families in his eyes. Arrogance to the extreme. If this matter was spread out, the 9 great families would become a laughing stock in the outside world. "Kid, you're too arrogant." Su Haohui's face was gloomy. He had taken out all the treasures, but he didn't expect that kid to still want to fight all of them. This clearly showed that he didn't put him in his eyes and thought that he couldn't win. "I can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Since you all want to challenge me, then I must treat you all equally." Du Xiaofu held his head high and puffed out his chest with a righteous look. However, his eyes were fixed on the treasure within the seal. It was obvious that his eyes had been opened by the treasure. Du Xiaofu knew that the value of those treasures was much higher than Zhang Yunshuang's entire wealth. The 9 great clans, Mo Li, Zhou Yu, and the others shouldn't be able to take out anything more. This pile of treasures made Du Xiaofu very satisfied. "Challenge? You're not worthy." Su Haohui stepped onto the martial-proof platform with a gloomy face. Under the illumination of the light around him, his bones were sparkling and translucent, flowing with an ancient and terrifying aura. Su Haohui was extraordinary indeed. Talisman markings flickered around his body as a boundless and surging aura surged explosively, and it shook the entire martial-proof platform and caused the surroundings to tremble. Looking straight at Du Xiaofu, Su Haohui shouted, "Brat, don't say that I'm taking advantage of you. I'll let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, I'll make you regret this day. You'll give me 3 moves?" Du Xiaofu's seemingly pale face still carried a faint smile, but at the same time a white divine light suddenly surged, causing the surrounding space to quietly tremble. However, in the next instant, Du Xiaofu stretched out his hands. In an instant, 35 array flags floated in the space between his hands, faintly causing the space in front of him to distort like a fried dough twist. Resplendent rays of light and dazzling talisman markings shone. "Array!" Following Du Xiaofu's shout, the 35 array flags in his palm instantly swept into the sky, accompanied by a burst of whistling sounds, faintly emitting a mysterious aura. Boom! At this instant, a powerful and vigorous energy immediately surged out from Du Xiaofu's body. Just as Su Haohui's expression abruptly changed, an enormous symbol array that was several thousand feet in size appeared in the sky above the vast martial-proof platform. It covered the sky and the sun as it appeared before everyone's eyes. Rumble. At this moment, the entire sky above the martial-proof platform began to rumble and tremble. The frightening pressure that spread out from the large array caused the expressions of many young experts from the 9 great clans to change. Endless talisman light distorted and gathered around the large array, sealing the surrounding space. This large array was too powerful. The light was resplendent and contained various mysterious abilities, vast and complicated. The entire martial-proof platform was covered by the array, but Su Haohui had yet to react. While his eyes were filled with shock, it was already too late for Su Haohui to dodge. He was immediately trapped within it. This is an 8-star Nirvana symbol array. No one had expected that this little fellow, who appeared to be an arrow at the end of its flight, would actually directly throw out an 8-star Nirvana symbol array at this moment. That brat is pretending to be weak. He is definitely not an 8-star Origin Soul symbol master. Zhou Yu opened his mouth. To be able to set up an 8-star Nirvana symbol array, it was obviously not an ordinary one. That arrogant fellow had definitely concealed his cultivation previously. He is already an 8-star Nirvana symbol master. Zhang Yunshuang, who was supported to the side, had a deathly pale face and a deathly pale expression. At this moment, she was certain that she had been tricked by that arrogant brat. What's going on?" "You Bufan Muyaming," and the others looked at each other in dismay. They looked at the guy who was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was almost at his last breath. Yet at this moment he had suddenly erupted and was even able to set up such a terrifying formation. Everyone's expression changed. Looking at the sky-covering array that instantly covered the Marshall-proof platform, the eyes of some of the extraordinary younger generation members from the 9 great clans twitched. That array was very extraordinary. The symbol masters from the 9 great clans present could feel the vastness and strangeness of that array. It was comparable to any array of the same level from the 9 great clans. That is an 8-star peak Nirvana symbol array. I'm afraid that even a domain practitioner would have to pay a price to forcefully break it. A symbol master from the 9 great clans looked at the array that covered the entire Marshall-proof platform. After a long time, his eyes trembled. Rumble, the array shook. Su Haohui's roar was like thunder, causing the array to tremble continuously. However, it was obviously not an easy task to break the array. "Damn, what is that brat doing?" At this moment, the spectators in the square clearly saw that at the corner of the Marshall-proof platform, in front of the pile of treasures sealed under the restriction, that arrogant fellow actually had a leisurely and complacent appearance at this moment. He was currently inspecting everyone's treasures and completely did not pay attention to Su Haohui, who was inside the talisman formation. This made all the experts from the 9 great clans gnash their teeth in hatred. That brat was so arrogant. The Marshall-proof platform was particularly lively today. News of this immediately spread among the legalism faction. At this moment, more and more people gathered, including many middle-aged and old men from the legalism faction. Rumble. In the end, Su Haohui crazily used all his strength to break the array. He used all the methods of the school of vertical and horizontal and paid a heavy price. After the array was forcefully broken, Du Xiaofu's mouth flowed with blood. However, only Du Xiaofu himself knew whether the blood was real or fake. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation and primordial spirit power, having an 8-star Nirvana array broken would not affect him at all. Bang, 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 bang. The moment Su Haohui broke out of the array, what awaited him was Du Xiaofu's strange appearance and a series of beast energy, like a beast tide. The terrifying impact caused Su Haohui's body to be like a fallen leaf in a storm. After feeling dizzy, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and heavily smashed into the square below the Marshall-proof platform. He did not get up again after a few tries. "Brat, you hid your cultivation. You did not use up all your energy. You are not an 8-star primordial spirit, symbol master." In the end, he was helped up by the people from the school of vertical and horizontal. Su Haohui looked at Du Xiaofu on the Marshall-proof platform with a blank and hateful gaze. "When did I say that I used up all my energy? When did I say that I was an 8-star primordial spirit, symbol master?" Du Xiaofu asked back and pretended to be at a loss. "PFFF. I hate it." Su Haohui was so angry that he vomited blood. His heart was filled with hatred, and he was so aggrieved that he could not speak. That brat had been hiding all this time. Previously, when he was dealing with Gong Jin of the demon vulture race, he even used his spiritual furnace and talisman, Cauldron, to give everyone a false impression. Next, on the Marshall-proof platform, Du Xiaofu waved his sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the remaining 8 people and said, "Why don't you all give up? It would be bad if I hurt you all. Brat, you have some ability. You are actually a Nirvana Array Talisman Master. Then I will feel at ease and not take advantage of you." Gong Sun Xiong stood on the Marshall-proof platform in the sky. Divine light burst out from his eyes. The surface of his body was densely covered with strange talisman scripts that were glistening. In the end, it enveloped his entire body like a light barrier. His aura surged like a storm. "Brat, let's fight!" Gong Sun Xiong shouted loudly. His aura shook the entire Marshall-proof platform. The space around the Marshall-proof platform shook violently. The space rippled like waves. There was a kind of natural energy that filled the air. There was an indescribable fluctuation that revealed a terrifying aura. Chi! Gong Sun Xiong immediately made his move. He did not want to have the same accident as Su Haohui. That arrogant brat was very treacherous. Therefore, once he got on the platform, he immediately made his move and used his full strength. Boom! Gong Sun Xiong immediately slapped out a palm and swooped down from the sky. The palm print was wrapped in resplendent talisman scripts. It enveloped an area like a tide and distorted the space. It directly enveloped Du Xiaofu and was about to kill him. However, at this moment, Gong Sun Xiong suddenly felt that something was wrong. The space around him suddenly changed and became extremely strange. It was as if he had suddenly appeared in a world of flowers and flowers. Countless graceful women were only wearing thin gauze, dancing lightly and gracefully. Their snow-white figures were faintly discernible, and they were extremely charming and provocative. Gong Sun Xiong clearly knew that something was wrong from the beginning. However, he could not help but fall into it. Those beautiful women attracted his attention and made the blood in his body boil. Not good. That brat used an illusion. Gong Sun Xiong is in trouble. A young man among the famous family shouted. However, it was too late. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They saw Gong Sun Xiong's sluggish face. Then Du Xiaofu threw a few punches at him like a sandbag. Gong Sun Xiong's skin and flesh were lacerated. Blood spurted out. In the end, he fell down from the martial-proof platform. Even at this moment, Gong Sun Xiong still had not recovered. He was covered in blood, but there was still a smile in his eyes. It was as if he was having a beautiful dream. Chapter 1538. No one had expected the outcome to be like this. Gong Sun Xiong, an expert of the younger generation who was about to step into the domain realm, had been defeated so miserably. When Gong Sun Xiong came back to his senses with the help of a few disciples of the famous families, he found that he had been seriously injured and was unable to continue fighting. Ah! Gong Sun Xiong roared furiously, his voice shaking the surroundings. It was filled with a deep sense of unwillingness. That kid is too strange. He has endless tricks up his sleeves. We must be careful. No one present was a fool. At this moment, they could all see that the arrogant kid had the right to be arrogant. It was very strange, and they even suspected that he was deliberately pretending to be weak, to eat the tiger. However, no one was afraid. They just treated him with caution. They were the most outstanding members of the younger generation of the 9 great families, so they naturally had their own pride. No matter how strong and strange that kid is, can he keep exhausting himself like this? From the looks of it, that kid definitely won't be able to last much longer. The people of the 9 great families all around spoke up, while the spectators of the legalism clenched their teeth. Amitabha, the 3rd Buddhist, Hung Rushi, stepped onto the martial-proof platform. She chanted the name of Buddha, but as soon as she stepped onto the platform, her Buddhist aura illuminated everything. She attacked with all her strength. Du Xiaofu attacked, dodging left and right. He was constantly suppressed and unable to fight back. Pooh! Du Xiaofu was hit several times by Hung Rushi, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became paler and paler, and it was becoming more and more difficult for him to continue. However, in the end, Du Xiaofu used the same trick in front of everyone, and he used the spiritual stove talisman cauldron. At this moment, the 4-colored spiritual stove talisman cauldron was much more powerful than when Du Xiaofu had used it before. It fiercely collided with Hung Rushi. Hung Rushi's body was surrounded by layers of Buddha images, and Sanskrit chants were incessant. She used the Buddha images to suppress Du Xiaofu. Blazing flames surged out of Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove talisman cauldron, turning into a sea of fire that burned the Buddha images in the sky. This was an astonishing battle that shocked everyone, but in the end, Everyone saw that the arrogant kid had actually used a secret technique, which transformed into a storm-like soul attack that affected Hung Rushi. Afterwards, he used a spiritual stove and a talisman cauldron to heavily injure her. Hung Rushi was defeated and fell off the martial-proof platform. Du Xiaofu was drenched in blood. His clothes were stained with blood, and his face was pale. It seemed that he really didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Hold on. Yu Bufan, Mu Yaming, and the others clenched their fists as if they were the ones fighting. The fourth Taoist, Guan Lianin, stepped onto the stage. He was a man with a heavenly bearing and divine martial prowess. His attacks were accompanied by wind and thunder, and it was as if he grasped the universe in his hands. He suppressed Du Xiaofu with all his strength. On the martial-proof platform, Du Xiaofu's body swayed and his eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, a white divine light surged in his eyes and a thick aura spread out. At the same time, Du Xiaofu made a hand seal, and a golden long saber suddenly condensed in his right hand. Chi, 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 chi. The body of the saber flowed with mysterious light and runes, and a fierce aura spread out from the saber, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. Saber Soul Technique, Saber Soul Slash. Du Xiaofu shouted, and the saber light in his hand instantly streaked across the void, leaving behind afterimages. The surrounding air was squeezed out with a sharp sound as it constantly cut through the void. Every slash of the saber would cause the space to tremble, and it was even more terrifying to the soul. This was a Saber Soul Technique. Du Xiaofu had obtained it from his master, Spiritual Sovereign Sacred Hands, Heavenly Spirit Record. It was a little different from the soul attacks of this world, but it was a technique to attack the soul. Du Xiaofu had studied it, and in the end he really did succeed. This Saber Soul Technique used Xian Qi and soul power to condense into a saber. Its attack was overbearing and varied. If it was cultivated to the end, there was nothing it couldn't pierce, nothing it couldn't break, and it could even shatter the opponent's soul through the void. It was absolutely overbearing. The terrifying saber shadow seemed to specialize in suppressing the soul. It faintly carried lightning and thunder, and it spread out a terrifying aura that made the experts around tremble. What a terrifying primordial spirit attack. That brat's methods are truly endless. The terrifying saber light caused exclamations to come from the square below the martial-proof platform. The people present were not ordinary people, and they could feel the terror of the saber light. Not only could it cut through the body, but it could also cut through the soul. Guan Lianin was defeated. He was defeated by the soul attack, which made people sigh in admiration and pity. Everyone had a feeling that Guan Lianin was just a little bit away from defeating the arrogant kid. The fifth person, Meng Wui of the Confucian school, went up. As soon as Meng Wui attacked, the space distorted. Runes shrouded him, and a blazing aura rose up. Blazing and overbearing coexisted, and it emitted a supreme pressure that destroyed the surroundings. It was able to shatter the space and make people tremble in fear. Saber Soul Technique, Saber Soul Light Blade. Du Xiaofu found an opportunity amidst the wobbling. He let out a low roar and condensed a blade light in his hand. Then he waved his hand upward, as if drawing a beautiful crescent moon arc in front of him, turning into a crescent moon golden blade that cut through the void. This saber attack was very beautiful. The saber light brought along a moving afterimage. It was like a meteor dragging a long tail of light across the void, and then it fiercely slashed towards Meng Wui. When this saber light appeared, Meng Wui didn't know what he felt. His face turned pale and his eyes froze. The moving, waning moon golden saber easily cut through Meng Wuyi's defense. The runes shattered, and a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted. Whoosh, whoosh! An incomparably sharp force spread out, causing the surrounding space to explode. Thud, thud! Meng Wuyi's body staggered back until he fell off the martial-proof platform. On his pale face, there was a shallow blood mark between his eyebrows. Meng Wui's eyebrows were almost cut off. That arrogant kid won again. Everyone in the corner of the square held their breaths. The sixth one, Li Chuya of legalism, went on stage. You'll pay the price. Li Chuya attacked aggressively. He was fierce and overbearing, and the wind and clouds surged. The surrounding sky turned dark, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. Li Chuya also used a magic weapon. Blazing light streaked across the void like lightning, and attacks like silver pythons tore through the void. In the pitch-black space, he was the only one shining brightly. It was like a miracle. Li Chuya was only one step away from the domain realm. If he encountered a domain realm expert from the outside world, he would definitely dare to fight head-on. Saber Soul Technique, Saber Soul, Void, Elemental Annihilation. Du Xiaofu didn't retreat this time. He directly fought back. A golden saber condensed in his hand again, and it turned into a golden light blade that filled the sky. This saber was more terrifying than the previous one. The terrifying golden saber light was like a golden rainstorm. The light blade broke through the air, accompanied by countless saber lights that rushed into the sky. It illuminated the pitch-black space like a sun rising from the east. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every golden saber light seemed to have the power to pierce through space. When they gathered together, they enveloped the entire space. Their power was already terrifying to the extreme. The whistling golden blades of light filled the sky, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. With the speed of lightning and overbearing might, they enveloped Li Chuya. This terrifying saber light was overbearing and powerful, but the most terrifying thing was that it was mixed with a primordial spirit attack, and it was filled with electric arcs. Just the energy that leaked out could directly pierce through the void. Is this a primordial spirit attack or martial technique? This method is too terrifying. It can restrain a primordial spirit. Under that terrifying saber light, the people around the square cried out in alarm. Whoosh! On the martial proof platform. In this kind of collision, the large space was directly distorted by the frightening collision of energy. Then, on the martial proof platform, Li Chuya's attack was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The defense on his body was cut through by the dense and strange golden light blade. Uft! Blood spurted out. In the next moment, Li Chuya's body was dripping with blood. A bloody mark appeared between his eyebrows, and one of his arms was cut off. Bang! Du Xiaofu kicked his body off the martial proof platform. Li Chuya had just activated a ritual implement, but Du Xiaofu directly sealed its primordial spirit connection. In the end, he unceremoniously put it into his pouch of cosmos. The sixth person, Li Chuya, was still defeated. Everyone's expression was solemn and dull. Those from the 9 great clans changed their expressions, and those from the legalism looked even more gloomy and ugly. Next, the surrounding light recovered. On the martial proof platform, Du Xiaofu stood proudly. His battle robes were stained with blood, and his aura seemed withered. Mo Li of the Mo family took the stage. His aura was neither strong nor domineering, and he seemed very calm. The runes on his body flickered, but a thick and continuous aura emanated from him. You seem to have expended a lot of energy. You go first. Mo Li stood on the martial proof platform, calm and unruffled. His eyes were deep, and he had a transcendent aura. Like a boulder, he made people feel an invisible and terrifying pressure. The Mo family was Sima Muhan's maternal family, and Du Xiaofu had also met Mo Li on the Tianhuang continent. However, Du Xiaofu did not stand on ceremony and made the first move. In the end, despite the seemingly incomparably dangerous situation, Mo Li was defeated and Du Xiaofu was victorious. Given Du Xiaofu's current cultivation and strength, no one present would be able to see through him even if he were to hide in the dark. The 8th person was Zhou Wenan of the Yinyang school. In the end, amidst a wave of exclamations of surprise, Zhou Wenan was just about to win when Du Xiaofu turned the tables in an unbelievable manner. Du Xiaofu defeated Zhou Wenan with a soul formation attack, causing Zhou Wenan to be unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Last one. Du Xiaofu's body was dripping with blood. Standing on the martial-proof platform, he was already on the verge of collapse, but he still held his head high and his chest out, looking very arrogant. Is this guy really going to sweep through the 9 great families? Everyone in the square exclaimed. 8 families had already been defeated. If the last one was defeated, then the 9 great families would all be defeated today. The last person was Zhou Yu of the School of Agriculture. Under the gazes of the entire square, Zhou Yu suddenly felt a great pressure. Boom! The last battle was thrilling from the beginning. Zhou Yu's attacks were steady from the beginning, and his essence, qi and spirit were like rainbows. He was not conceited, but he had a powerful aura. Uft! Du Xiaofu vomited blood again and again. He had been suppressed without any strength to fight back. That kid is an arrow at the end of its flight. He is finally going to be defeated. After winning more than 10 battles in a row, that kid can't hold on any longer. Everyone in the square was discussing. Everyone felt that the arrogant kid was finally unable to hold on and was about to be defeated. Especially the disciples of the School of Agriculture were very happy. If Zhou Yu could win, although he would gain a lot of advantages, it was still equivalent to suppressing the faces of the other 8 families. This would allow the School of Agriculture to take the lead among the 9 great families. However, at this moment, everyone no longer had their original disdain and contempt for the arrogant kid. Instead, they were secretly shocked. A young man who could win more than 10 battles in a row and defeat the top young generation of the 8 great families. Who would dare to look down on him? Roar. However, just when Zhou Yu was about to win, the situation on the martial-proof platform suddenly changed. A terrible soul storm swept out, and a large amount of beast energy roared out. Du Xiaofu was like a dead tree that suddenly exuded vitality. His aura once again rose to the peak and was even stronger than before. Not good. That kid used a secret method to forcibly recover and even increase his cultivation for a short time. The crowd suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Bang, bang. However, everything happened too fast. Zhou Yu was injured and directly flew out of the martial-proof platform. He vomited blood, but it seemed that his injury was not too serious. Below the martial-proof platform, Zhou Yu seemed to feel that the opponent did not use any killing moves, otherwise his injury would have been even more serious. I lost. Zhou Yu was helpless. His expression was somewhat lonely and bitter. He was a dignified School of Agriculture and was not weak among his peers. However, he did not expect that he would be defeated in the hands of a talisman master from the outside world. Moreover, he was defeated in such an embarrassing and helpless manner. The whole square was silent. Everyone was stunned. The people of the 9 great families were silent and their expressions were complicated. At this point, the people of the 9 great families had all been defeated. Under the continuous battle of attrition, the representatives of the 9 great families were defeated in front of a peer from the outside world. This is a disgrace. The young men and women of the 9 great families gritted their teeth and were filled with hatred. Whether they admitted it or not, this was definitely a disgrace to the 9 great families. I am invincible. I am the god of war. All the treasures are mine. On the martial-proof platform, Du Xiaofu's clothes were stained with blood and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. However, he did not care. His eyes were full of the treasures on the martial-proof platform. Chapter 1539. That guy is so hateful. Hurry up and tell the experts to come and deal with him. He's too hateful. He's a disgrace to the 9 great families. The young generation of the various clans looked at Du Xiaofu on the martial-proof stage, and all of them gnashed their teeth in hatred. Who is that kid? Is he from the Yao realm or the Beast realm? That kid is extraordinary. Quite a few experts and elders from the legalism school had gathered in the distance. They looked at the martial-proof stage from afar and secretly ask questions. Their eyes were filled with shock. I heard that kid calls himself the war god. Yesterday he defeated Qinjia in one move in Sky City. Someone spoke of Du Xiaofu's origins. Many people from the school of legalism learned that he had been able to defeat Qinjia in a single blow in Sky City. After all, he represented a good seedling. Perhaps he would be of great use in the future, so the legalism school attached some importance to him. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the 9 great families, little brother is worthy of being called the war god. Loud laughter rang out. Among the crowd of onlookers, there was a group of ferocious auras. Laughing loudly, a young man walked out. His tone wasn't polite to the people from the 9 great families. It's him, Bayan. It's said that he's from the Yazi branch of the dragons. He's the strongest of the younger generation. This time, he's one of the leaders of the dragons. He can suppress a descendant of a true dragon. As the young man appeared, someone spoke of his origins. He was an extraordinary member of the dragons, so even the 9 great families didn't dare to be polite to him. Du Xiaofu looked at the young man. He could sense the young man's aura. He could also hear the people around him talking about him. This person was from the dragons. Du Xiaofu glanced at the young man and said, "I've always been the war god. I've always been invincible. Don't tell me you want to challenge me, but I'm tired today. Let's fight another day." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed. He looked like he was about to put away his treasures and leave. The young man from the dragons by N's eyes flickered. He smiled and waved his hand. A beam of light shot out and turned into a resplendent radiance on the martial-proof stage. Aoho! Light flowed and multicolored light flickered, along with the resplendent symbols. It poured down like a waterfall from the sky above the martial-proof platform. It was accompanied by the roar of a dragon that resounded in all directions. In the end, the resplendent light gradually revealed a full set of battle armor. It was dazzling with golden light, divine and extraordinary, and its might could suppress the heaven and earth. That set of armor seemed to contain the supreme Tao within it, causing one's soul to tremble just by looking at it. Aoho! The armor let out a dragon's roar, and a giant golden dragon's shadow appeared. It was as if a real golden dragon had come into being, and the dragon's might was vast and mighty, covering the sky. In the end, the massive golden dragon projection spanned across the entire plaza, causing winds and clouds to surge in all directions as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This was just a shadow on the armor, but it had already caused such a phenomenon. What was even more shocking was that there seemed to be an indestructible dragon's might on the battle armor, making people feel as if they were facing an ancient true dragon. Under the frightening pressure, the bodies of the surrounding people trembled. Some even directly fell to the ground, unable to resist the frightening pressure. Some of the martial honors and 8-star spiritual talisman masters in the plaza also found it difficult to withstand the pressure. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. In particular, the sovereign beasts were even more unable to withstand the pressure and almost knelt down. It was only when the golden dragon's shadow on the battle armor disappeared that the pressure weakened significantly. Heavens, that's the coiling dragon battle god armor, the treasure of the Yazi clan of dragons. It was actually given to Tao Wu. Some of the old men and experts from the school of legalism immediately recognized the origins of the armor and could not help but cry out in surprise. "That's a good battle armor. It's a great treasure." Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up as he stared fixedly at the battle armor floating in the air. He did not hide the passion in his eyes. Feeling the aura of the battle armor, Du Xiaofu was truly frightened at this moment. "Little brother, this is the treasure of my clan, called the coiling dragon battle god armor. It's a match made in heaven with your name of war god. It was refined from 1,080,000 dragon scales, shed by the ancestors of the golden dragon bloodline of my clan. Those ancestors specially refined it for the sake of protecting my clan. Dragon scales were used as clothes and dragon tendons were used as threads. Finally, this battle armor was refined into a peak high-grade magic weapon. It's rumored that it has a chance of becoming a sacred weapon. When the armor was mentioned, Bai and also became proud. It was a great treasure of the Yazzie lineage. As the most outstanding representative of the younger generation, he only had the right to bring it out this time so that he could shine brilliantly in the school of legalism and suppress his peers. This coiling dragon battle god armor is really good. It has the name of war god and is a match made in heaven with me. Do you want to give it to me? On the martial proof platform, Du Xiaofu looked at Tao Wu without hiding his gaze. He looked as if he had seen a treasure and was about to drool. Well, haha! Tao Wu looked at Du Xiaofu with a faint smile on his face. He said, "This coiling dragon battle god armor is also a treasure of my clan. I can't just give it away casually. However, little brother, you fought against the 9 great clans and won consecutively. Such strength and courage has made me admire you. I'm itching to exchange pointers with you. As long as I exchange pointers with you, you can give me this coiling dragon battle god armor." "No problem." Du Xiaofu hurriedly nodded. His eyes were fixed on the dazzling runes wrapped around the coiling dragon battle god armor that was emitting a dragon's aura. This, Tao Wu was stunned. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a trace of disdain in his eyes. However, he didn't leave any trace and quietly calmed down. Then Bayan said to Du Xiaofu with a smile, "It's only interesting to add some stakes to this competition. If I lose, this coiling dragon war god armor will be yours. I believe that you will be able to make this coiling dragon war god armor shine brilliantly in the future. However, if I'm lucky enough to win, the pile of treasures that you just won will also be mine. I believe that this coiling dragon war god armor of mine is much better than those scrap metals." When they heard Tao Wu's words, Su Haohui, Gong Sanxiong, and the others' expressions darkened. He actually called their mid-grade magic artifacts scrap metals. He was clearly insulting them. However, when they looked at the coiling dragon battle god armor, Su Haohui and the others were speechless. The mid-grade magic artifacts they'd taken out were things they'd never used on their bodies. Although they were genuine mid-grade magic artifacts, they weren't the peak of mid-grade magic artifacts. Naturally, they couldn't compare to the treasures of the dragon's Yazzie clan. The pile of treasures they'd taken out was enough to shake Kyushu and cause the patriarchs of the various factions in the outside world to fight over it. However, they still couldn't compare to the coiling dragon battle god armor. That Tao Wu is shameless. He's clearly trying to lure that brat into a fight and win the treasures. Rumor has it that Tao Wu has already ascended to the beast region. He's really shameless to interfere now. That brat is probably really exhausted. After fighting over a dozen battles in a row, even a true god of war would collapse. That brat must have used some secret technique. I'm afraid he won't be able to last much longer. Tao Wu deliberately took out the coiling dragon battle god armor. He knows that Brat has his eyes on the treasure, so he's willing to pay a high price to entice him into a fight. The spectators from the various families and factions discussed among themselves. No one present was a fool. They could all see that Tao Wu's intentions were sinister and treacherous. If Tao Wu really defeats that brat, I'm afraid the dragons will wantonly proclaim that the dragons suppressed us 9 families. The surrounding discussions caused Tao Wu's expression to gradually darken. He suddenly said, "Can you people from the 9 families be a little quieter? What's the point of chattering when you've already lost? Don't tell me you only know how to talk when you can't beat others. Noisy! What a Tao Wu! That bastard!" When the surrounding crowd heard this, their expressions turned ugly and displeased. However, the discussion really did die down. Despite the displeased expressions of the 9 families, Tao Wu didn't care. The 9 families were powerful, but the dragons didn't care about them. Tao Wu's smile remained. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Little brother, Have you made up your mind? I can accompany you in a fight, but you have to first attain the coiling dragon battle god armor on the proof platform. Du Xiaofu seemed to be in a dilemma. In the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded, afraid that Tao would go back on his word. Chapter 1540. Fu Qing seemed to be pondering and hesitating, but in the end, when he saw Du Xiaofu's expression as if he had seen a treasure, he secretly felt disdain. He waved his hand, and the coiling dragon war god armor landed on the martial proof platform. He nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you." "Very well." Du Xiaofu smiled, formed a hand seal, and directly set up a seal on the coiling dragon war god armor. "Then, let's fight. I'm looking forward to it." Bian laughed. The smile on his face had already started to change. Bufan soared through the air and directly landed on the stage. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "The so-called battle gods are merely the battle gods of the 9 great clans. In front of me, there's no way you can claim to be a battle god." Bian is baring his fangs. Nobody was surprised by the sudden change in Bian's attitude. They had already guessed it in their hearts. They just sighed and lamented that this time that arrogant brat was defeated by Bian. Henceforth, the 9 great families would be humiliated in front of dragons. "Oh my God, can't you just bear with it?" That's an expert from the dragon clan. Mu Yuming, Yu Bufan, and the others were helpless again. That guy had already won more than 10 battles in a row and defeated the outstanding peers of the 9 great families, but in the end he still wasn't satisfied. Du Xiaofu didn't seem to be surprised by the sudden change in Bian's attitude. He looked at Bian with an innocent and brilliant expression and said with a smile, "I forgot to tell you that I have never taken dragons seriously. Pure-blooded dragons are all the same, not to mention that you are just a mixed-blood dragon." "Say that again." The smile on Swan Xiu's face suddenly changed as he looked down at Du Xiaofu. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as his eyes shot out a cold light. "Am I wrong? Aren't you a pure-blooded dragon? Aren't you a mixed-blood dragon?" Du Xiaofu looked at Tao Wu with an innocent face and said, "Seriously, I've never taken the dragon clan seriously. I really don't want to lie to you, but I don't have a mount with me recently. Why don't I suffer a little and let you reluctantly become my mount? What do you think?" "Fuck, this kid is too arrogant." The spectators from the 9 great families and major forces were stunned by Huang Xiaolong's words. However, for the people of the 9 great families, seeing Bian being ignored and even humiliated like this, they were secretly pleased. "Master, you're really audacious." Mu Yuming and Yu Bufan had completely collapsed. That guy actually opened his mouth and asked Tao Wu to be his mount. How arrogant was that? Mu Yuming and Yu Bufan felt their bodies trembling involuntarily. In the end, they supported each other. "Ha ha ha ha!" Bian's face darkened for a moment before he suddenly laughed wildly. His voice shook the clouds, but everyone could hear that his laughter was mixed with unparalleled fury. As his laughter rippled out, a terrifying beast region aura burst out from Bian's body. Runes soared into the sky and shook the sky, faintly accompanied by the endless roar of a dragon. "Kid, you shouldn't have provoked me like this. You will pay an unforgettable price for this." Bian roared furiously. His handsome face began to turn sinister. His eyes were densely covered with a strange red glow, causing one's hair to stand on end. "Haven't you just ascended to the beast region? How dare a mixed-blood dragon be so arrogant?" Du Xiaofu shot a glance at Bian, who was floating in the air, and curled his lips. His battle clothes fluttered in the terrifying aura storm, but his body was like a boulder, unmoving like a mountain. A smile still remained on his face. "Have you enjoyed your sharp tongue? A mere 8-star Nirvana, Symbol Master. Destroying you will be as easy as crushing an ant for me." Bai, and cried out in a dark and cold voice. His aura surged as he looked down on Du Xiaofu. His hair stood on end as his entire body glowed. A dragon's might appeared as bright symbol vortexes appeared one after another on the surface of his body. They channeled the energy of the land and distorted the entire martial-proof platform. A frightening aura also pressed down on Du Xiaofu in an invisible manner. 8-star Symbol Master. Who told you that I am only an 8-star Symbol Master? Du Xiaofu shook his head in astonishment. As soon as he finished speaking, his originally pale face suddenly recovered its rosy color. His blood-stained battlesuit was suddenly wrapped in a dazzling light that gushed out from his body. His entire temperament suddenly became completely different. Bang! More importantly, a series of hand seals had already formed at some unknown time in Du Xiaofu's hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the last hand seal in Du Xiaofu's hand was formed, 36 formation flags were instantly formed. They shone brightly as mysterious runes swept out in all directions. 8-star Symbol Master? I am no longer one. As Du Xiaofu's faint words sounded, the formation flags broke through the air and soared into the sky. Bang! In an instant, before everyone could recover from their shock, a huge formation that was thousands of feet in size appeared in front of everyone's eyes and directly enveloped the entire martial-proof platform. The sky in this area was trembling. The frightening aura that spread out from the formation made the legalism experts and elders in the distance change their expressions. He is a 9-star Symbol Master. Bai An's expression also changed abruptly. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly retreated. If he was trapped in the 9-star symbol array, Bai An knew that even if he could forcefully break the formation, he would have to pay an absolute price. However, it was too late for Bai An to retreat. The formation that covered the sky enveloped the void in all directions, including Bai An, who was retreating at lightning speed. Rumble! At this moment, the entire heavens and the earth in the surroundings were trembling. Boundless rune energy lights twisted and condensed in the surroundings of the grand formation, sealing off an area of the void. It was suffused with a terrifying and fierce aura, accompanied by killing intent. This was no longer an ordinary formation, but a powerful killing formation. Ao, Ao! Within the formation, a dragon's roar shook the sky. The light was so bright that it distorted the void and prevented people from peeking in. However, it was not difficult for people to know that Bai An had activated the Yazi body at the first moment and wanted to break out of the formation. Ayo! At the same time, although the formation covered the entire martial-proof platform, everyone could still see the coiling dragon war god armor that was sealed by Du Xiaofu at the edge of the martial-proof platform. It suddenly shone brightly and emitted a golden light like a sun in the sky. The dragon's roar resounded as a golden dragon shadow roared out from the coiling dragon war god armor, trying to break free from Du Xiaofu's seal. This is mine. Du Xiaofu appeared and formed a hand seal. There was a bright light between his eyebrows, and there seemed to be electric arcs surging out. It was so blurry that no one could see through it. In the end, no one knew whether Du Xiaofu had cut off or completely sealed the connection between the coiling dragon war god armor and Bai An, but he kept it in his Qinkuan bag. After that, under the gazes of everyone, Du Xiaofu was refreshed and did not seem to be on the verge of death and exhausted at all. He put away the large pile of treasures on the martial-proof platform into his own Qinkuan bag in satisfaction. Only then did he flash out of the martial-proof platform in satisfaction, looking like he was about to leave. Boy, what did you do to my brother Bai and the coiling dragon war god armor? Hand over the coiling dragon war god armor. Boy, keep the formation or you won't be able to leave. Suddenly, a dozen figures rushed out from the group of dragons. More than a dozen young men and women turned pale, and their eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. The coiling dragon war god armor was a treasure of the dragons and could not be lost. It was also a treasure of the entire dragons. Furthermore, the terrifying killing array made them feel that it would not be easy for Tao Wu to break out of the array by force. I won the coiling dragon war god armor. How dare a few mixed-blood dragons be so arrogant in front of this war god? Get out of my way, Du Xiaofu said. Suddenly, his face turned gloomy and his aura became domineering. He slapped 2 palms across the void. Slap, slap! Before the 2 young dragons could react, palm prints appeared on their faces and their bodies were sent flying. Although the 2 Dragon Clan youths hadn't activated their true forms, their cultivation auras weren't much weaker than Zhou Yu, Gong Sanxiong, Li Chuya, and the others. Yet they were sent flying. Gulp, gulp! Everyone around sucked in a breath of cold air and swallowed their saliva. At this moment, everyone was completely sure that this kid had been pretending to be a pig to eat tigers from the beginning. He lured everyone into a trap and won a large number of treasures. In the end, he even lured Bayan to take out the treasure of the dragons. Only then did he use his true strength. This kid was already a 9-star talisman master. At first, he pretended to be an 8-star origin talisman master. Later, he pretended to be an 8-star Nirvana talisman master. He caused the 9 great families to be defeated today. More than a dozen people were robbed, and most importantly, the dignity of the 9 great families was completely humiliated. When the 2 dragon race youths were sent flying by the 2 slaps, the other dragon race youths who were surrounding Du Xiaofu immediately dispersed. None of them dared to block Du Xiaofu's path. Bai En's defeat is certain. Today's the end. If you want to challenge this war god, you can continue tomorrow on the martial proof platform. However, you must bring enough treasures. Without treasures, this war god will not accept any challenge. Du Xiaofu stretched his waist and felt refreshed. He was so arrogant that he was sure that Bayan could not break his talisman array. After more than a dozen battles, Du Xiaofu gave people the feeling that he was not exhausted at all. It was as if he had been playing house for the whole day. Finally, he shook his battle clothes, stood with his hands behind his back, and walked away. Gong Sanxiong, Li Chuya, Su Haohui, Heng Rushi, and the others turned pale. Looking at the departing figure, they felt that today they were like crickets in a jar. They had been played by that kid for the whole day. In the end, all the treasures on their bodies were taken away, and their face was greatly damaged. Bastard, that kid is too cunning, too sinister. That brat is sinister to the extreme. The 9 great families and the dragons were played. This is an absolute humiliation. Where did that bastard come from? He can't cheat people like this. Chapter 1541. Scammer, that bastard is a scammer. The 9 great clans and the dragons have all been scammed. The dragons are the ones who have been scammed. The treasures of the Yazi clan have all been scammed. However, that Bayan deserves it. He wanted to take advantage of the situation, but who would have thought that he would be scammed into a deep ditch? When the figure in battle armor left with his hands behind his back, the crowd around the martial proof platform immediately cursed and hated him. Many people wished that they could gang up on that scammer. However, the legalism had already banned the use of words. All the verification could only be done on the martial proof platform, and no one was allowed to deliberately kill. Private fights were prohibited in other places. That guy is a 9-star spirit talisman master. Mu Yuming and Yu Bufan finally regained their senses. They felt that their mood today was like a wave that had gone through 18 twists and turns. Their hearts were already somewhat unable to bear it. Let's go quickly. In the end, hearing the angry curses and hatred towards that kid, Yu Bufan and the others were afraid that they would also be implicated and immediately retreated. One must know that at the beginning they came together with that guy who was known as the war god. Now that the crowd was agitated, it would be bad if something happened to them in the end. At this moment, the day was almost over and the sun was about to set. The martial proof platform was still enveloped by a powerful talisman array. And was crazily roaring inside to break the array, but it was unable to do so. Finally, at dusk, the sun set in the west. And was still trapped on the martial proof platform and had yet to break the array. Many young talisman masters of the various clans gradually surrounded the martial proof platform to study the array. Later, they were all surprised to find that they could not study anything. The array was very strange, and in the end, it even alarmed some of the older generation talisman masters of the legalism to come over. It was said that late at night, a handsome young man descended on the martial proof platform and looked at the array with an unsightly expression. Then the handsome young man made his move. Divine might descended and dragon might surged. The might of a true dragon descended and forcibly destroyed the array on the martial proof platform. The light illuminated the night, and the broken runes did not disappear for a long time. The next day, on the martial proof platform, Dragon the Fifth would return the favor. That night, there seemed to be people from all the great clans within legalism that they would make certain people pay the price on the martial proof platform tomorrow. However, Du Xiaofu did not care about these things. In the evening, after returning to the place where he settled down, Du Xiaofu went to his room. After setting up a seal enchantment, he began to regulate his breath. Walala! After a moment, Du Xiaofu's body was shrouded in a circle of white light and an ancient aura. Chi-chi! Deep in the night, Du Xiaofu suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his face before he regained his composure. Snooping, Du Xiaofu's sharp primordial spirit sensed that someone from legalism was spying on him, but he did not pay much attention to it. This was within his expectations. Xiaojing, will you appear on the martial proof platform tomorrow? As he muttered, Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with anticipation. After causing such a huge commotion, it should be very lively outside. Du Xiaofu hoped that he could lure Xiaojing out tomorrow, even if it was from afar. He did not dare to expose himself, and he did not know the whereabouts of his mother and sister. Du Xiaofu could only use this method to cause a commotion. At least for now, there was no better way. After that, Du Xiaofu continued to regulate his breath. He did not know that at this moment, the entire legalism was quietly shaken. Everything that happened on the martial proof platform during the day spread through the entire school of legalism extremely quickly. All of them were shocked by it. Investigate the background of that brat. Just what is his background? In a large hall in legalism, an old man said in a deep voice, "If he can be of use to us, this time we have brought in an extraordinary person. Even if we have to give him some benefits, we will not hesitate." An old man said with a smile, "The youngsters from the major clans probably won't be idle tomorrow. Even the youngsters from our school of legalism won't stay silent. It'll definitely be even more lively tomorrow. Should we interfere to prevent any problems from happening?" Someone asked. "No need to intervene. Let them fight. This will also allow us to understand the competitiveness of the big families. We can also see how strong that brat is. If that brat is really extraordinary, then our legalism will have profited this time." An old man on the seat of honor said, "We only need to observe from afar. It will be fine as long as no lives are lost. Tomorrow the dragons and the big families will definitely go all out. I'm afraid that brat will end up in a miserable state. Should we protect that brat?" Someone continued to ask. "Just protect that brat's life at the last moment. At that time, we will be able to focus more." The old man on the seat of honor revealed a smile. That mysterious brat had already proved that he was extraordinary. If he could be of use to them, then he would definitely be a great help in the divine domain. The curtain of night shrouded, and the moonlight shone in the sky. On the towering mountain peak, a winding bluestone path spiraled. Ancient stone steps snaked upwards, leading straight to the summit. "You have to tell me such a small thing? Although a person from the outside world is extraordinary, defeating Li Chuya and the others as a 9-star spirit talisman master is not a big deal. There have been peerless geniuses in the outside world before, but they were always a little lacking. It's just a firework. Blooming for a day doesn't mean anything. It's just a bit of claptrap." On the summit, a purple-haired young man stood with his hands behind his back. Enveloped by the moonlight, his light purple hair fluttered gently, dyeing the moonlight. He said, "But in the end, this is our legalism. Our dignity cannot be violated. Tomorrow, just find someone and make sure that he can't step onto the martial proof stage on the third day. I'm just a little surprised, so I came to inform you. Tomorrow, Dragon Fifth of the Dragon Clan, Hung Chi of the Buddhist school, Void Spirit of the Taoist school, and Chi Jejun of the Inyang school will be forced to make their moves early. That brat should be the first to be unable to resist. This is a little different from our plan." A young man wearing a brocade robe said beside the purple-haired young man. He had a handsome face, and then said, "I've already checked. Du Xiaofu didn't come. After all, he doesn't have the guts. I've already said that he wouldn't dare to come. Some of the elders in the clan are planning to fight after the old lord's birthday celebration." "He actually didn't come," the purple-haired young man said indifferently. He seemed a little confused. Under the moonlight, his temperament was transcendent, like a god descending to the world. The night passed slowly. The first rays of dawn drove the curtain of night away. In the early morning, it was quiet everywhere. It was foggy, and from afar it was faintly discernible, like a fairy dancing in the wind. Soft sunlight sprinkled on the forest, diffusing and covering the ancient hills. In the lush forest, sparkling dewdrops hung on the lush leaves. They swayed as if they were reluctant to part with them. The vast square around the martial proof platform in the early morning was crowded with people early in the morning. A large number of people gathered from all over the school of legalism. The news of what happened on the martial proof platform yesterday spread throughout the legalism like a storm overnight. It shocked the entire legalism. The Dragon the Fifth has said that he will fight personally today. The school of vertical and horizontal, the school of philosophers, the Confucian school, the Taoist school, and the other representatives have also said that they will take revenge today and pay back double. That kid calls himself the god of war. He's really sinister and treacherous. I heard that he won a lot of treasures and pills yesterday. Not only that, the dragon's treasure, the coiling dragon war god armor, which is close to the level of a sacred weapon, was also taken away by that guy. I heard that Feng Wu even asked for a fight. That kid is too deceitful. He pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger. He's extremely sinister and shameless. He must look extremely wretched. Don't worry, that kid will be in big trouble today. They won't let him go. That kid can be considered a weirdo. He can be remembered by the 9 great families and the dragons at the same time. Around the martial proof platform, the square was crowded with people early in the morning. All kinds of discussions and noises gathered and rushed into the sky. It was so lively that it was rarely seen in legalism. Who, at this moment, in a remote courtyard outside legalism, Du Xiaofu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his mouth. His whole body emitted light, and the aura in his body seemed to be rumbling. Ripples spread out from the surface of his body. His aura was very powerful, and it was filled with an ancient aura. Chi! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes surged with silver-gold electric arcs. The light was resplendent, and he looked like a supreme youth sitting cross-legged. His aura shook the surrounding void, causing the space to rumble. However, this aura was only for a moment, and it was immediately restrained by Du Xiaofu. Then Du Xiaofu's face revealed a smile. Recently, he had been practicing the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method, which continuously increased the strength of his primordial spirit, gathering the energy of heaven and earth, and also nourishing his body. Both of them benefited. Under this kind of feeling, Du Xiaofu felt more and more that he was getting closer to the level of nirvana. However, Du Xiaofu was still very confused about the concept of nirvana. It was as if he was on the other side, but he couldn't reach out and touch it. It was close at hand, but it was also illusory. Crackle, he didn't think too much about it. It was a new day. Du Xiaofu's eyes surged with some anticipation and nervousness. He then got up and stretched his body. His bones and joints crackled, and then he opened the seal and walked out of the door. "Lord God of War, you finally came out. Oh no, you're done for. You're in big trouble now." As soon as Du Xiaofu walked out of the door, Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming, and the rest who had been waiting in the courtyard couldn't help but be shocked. Then their faces twitched, and they looked very nervous. "What's wrong?" Du Xiaofu asked, looking very relaxed. "Lord, you're so relaxed. Do you know that Long Wu and the representatives of the various families have already said that they will definitely teach you a lesson today at the martial arts demonstration platform?" When Mu Yuming saw Du Xiaofu's relaxed look, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1542. They didn't sleep the whole night as they went everywhere to gather information. The more they gathered information, the more frightened they became. All the dragons and families had already said that they wouldn't be kind today. That's normal. I'll give them a chance to recoup their losses. I've always been a fair and just person. Du Xiaofu said seriously. You're fair and just? Yu Bufan and the others were helpless. That guy was shameless. Yesterday, he pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. He was clearly a 9-star spirit talisman master. But he tricked the people of the 9 great families into offering their treasures. In the end, the dragons dug a huge pit, and even the treasures of the dragons were lost. How was that fair and just? It was just one pit after another that made the people of the 9 great families fall into it. Today's weather seems to be good. They should be waiting for me at this time. Du Xiaofu looked into the distance with a smile on his face. We've already asked around. The dragon's representative this time is Dragon 5th. The Yin-Yang School's representative is Qi Jiejun. The Buddhist School's representative is Heng Qi. The Taoist School's representative is Su Lingzi. The Confucian School's representative is Yan Lihen. The Mahist School's representative is Mo Ju. The School of Vertical and Horizontal's representative is Zhang Wenzheng. The School of Famouses representative is Hui Mutian. And the School of Farmers representative is Jiang Yinfeng. These guys are all domain realm experts, and they're all terrifying existences. It's rumored that people of the same generation and level aren't their opponents. Mu Yuming said, the Yin-Yang School's Qi Jiejun. I wonder if he's related to Qi Yishi. Du Xiaofu murmured. He thought of that holy and dignified woman he hadn't seen for a long time. We've also asked around. Legalism forbids private fights between great families and great forces. If you don't go to the martial proof platform today, although you'll lose some face, they can't do anything to you. Yu Bufan said to Du Xiaofu embarrassedly. As long as he didn't go to the martial proof platform today, nothing would happen. I have a feeling that there is a treasure calling out to me. Du Xiaofu smiled and flew away. Who the hell is this guy? Does he really want to cause trouble? Could it be that this fellow isn't even afraid of Dragon 5th and the others? Looking at Du Xiaofu's back, Mu Yuming and Yu Bufan felt helpless. They didn't know what else to say. Let's go and take a look. In the end, Mu Yuming and the others followed him to the martial proof platform. On the martial proof platform, the sun rose and there was already a sea of people around. Around the martial proof platform, there were various formations. Every formation had close to 100 figures, and they were filled with an ancient aura. Among these figures, there were ferocious, demonic beasts, but most of them were young human men and women. Their bodies were wrapped in a faint halo, and they were incomparably valiant and had an extraordinary temperament. In the lead of one of the groups, there was a peerlessly beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Her skin was soft like snow, her lips were like cherry blossoms, and her beauty was like limpid autumn waters. She was otherworldly and otherworldly. Interesting. A person from the outside world is indeed extraordinary, said the woman. Her jet-black hair was tied into a princess bun, and there was a rainbow-colored hairpin in the bun, with a few strands of tassels hanging down. She wore a pleated skirt, revealing a snow-white chest. There was a rainbow-colored belt around her waist, and her slender waist could only be held in one hand. Her temperament and beauty made the surrounding women feel ashamed of their inferiority, and they were overshadowed. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this graceful woman was an old acquaintance. She was Huang Ling, of the Phoenix clan, and he had interacted with her many times. That human should be extraordinary as well. Could it be that you're interested? A young man with an extraordinary temperament said to Huang Ling, His eyes were rippling with rainbow-colored light, and his body was emitting a blazing aura. Unfortunately, this is legalism. Legalism should have some arrangements. If he's really extraordinary, it would be good to bring him back to my clan if I have the chance. Huang Ling smiled faintly. She was untainted by dust, and there was an indescribable elegance and nobility about her. Not far away, there was a group of people. The person in front was a young man who was only 23 or 24 years old. His face was fair and handsome, and his temperament was refined. He was tall and straight, and he wore a starry battle robe, which made him look even more majestic. Looking at the group of people around him, the young man in battle robe said softly, "He calls himself the god of war. That guy is really arrogant. Jejun, that guy is too insidious. He's obviously a 9-star talisman master, and even Bayan can't do anything to him. However, he hid his cultivation and made us fight him. I hate him." Zhou Winan was heartbroken. He who finally found out the truth had lost sleep last night. So what if he's a 9-star talisman master from the outside world? At most, he's just a 9-star talisman master. You're also a Nirvana peak martial revered master. Isn't it embarrassing enough? The majestic young man rolled his eyes at Zhou Winan and said, "Why do I have a cousin like you? I'm so angry." Zhou Winan was so aggrieved that he couldn't say anything. The sun gradually rose, and the square around the martial-proof platform became more and more crowded. The noise of the gathering reached the sky. But today, everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding, and no one went up to the martial-proof platform. Everyone was waiting for the legendary god of war to appear. Even in the distance, there were many legalism masters and old people gathered. That guy still hasn't come. Don't tell me he doesn't dare to come. That guy must have heard the news. The great families and the dragons want to deal with him. Today, he still came to the martial-proof platform. Most likely, he doesn't dare to come. Don't tell me there's no fun to watch today. We waited in vain. Really disappointing. I wanted to see how extraordinary this guy is to be able to attract the attention of the 9 great families and the dragons. To be honest, I really like that guy's insidiousness and treachery. To be able to make the 9 great families and the dragons suffer, it can be considered unprecedented. I heard that when Bayan was rescued late last night, his appearance was miserable. The coiling dragon war god armor has also been lost. Bayan's heart must be bleeding right now. Amidst the uproar within the dragon's formation, Bayan's pale face twitched. His heart was bleeding, and he was incomparably sullen. Yesterday, Bayan had originally thought that he would be able to take advantage of the situation. After all, he had just ascended to the beast realm and possessed the Yazi body of dragons. How could he have imagined that this fellow had actually been hiding his cultivation all this time to deal with the people of the 9 great clans? In the end, he had fallen head first into that huge pit and even lost the coiling dragon war god armor. In the end, Bayan finally understood why the kid had forcefully sealed his coiling dragon war god armor. That brat was too sinister. If he had the coiling dragon war god armor on him at the beginning, he would have been able to forcibly break out of the array. Unfortunately, the coiling dragon war god armor was tricked by that brat from the beginning. Tao Wu felt that he should be considered very sinister, but compared to that guy, he was simply too weak. That guy was the real sinister one. That insidious guy definitely won't dare to come. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made us, the 9 great families and the major forces, wait for him. If he dares to make the 9 great clans and the other factions wait for him, his ending will be even worse on the martial proof stage. That guy is too cunning. He definitely won't dare to come. As time passed, the surroundings of the Marshall-proof platform gradually became restless. Haha, there are quite a lot of people today. Could it be that they are all waiting for me? Amidst the commotion, a voice came from the sky. Then a tall figure appeared in the sky and flew over. His battle clothes fluttered as the tall figure landed on the Marshall-proof platform without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh! At this moment, everyone's attention was on him. That young man had a handsome face and an extremely elegant temperament. Is he the arrogant guy who is called the battle god? He's not vulgar at all. In fact, he's quite good-looking. There were women all around who spoke. It was rumored that this fella was treacherous and sinister, his appearance wretched. However, that didn't seem to be the case. He was actually quite handsome. Rumble. It was also at this moment that many auras surged and shook the void. Many extraordinary people's eyes flashed like lightning and landed on the Marshall-proof platform. Du Xiaofu stood on the Marshall-proof platform. His battle clothes shook. He hadn't changed out of yesterday's battle clothes, and they were still stained with dried blood, giving him a ferocious look. Sweeping his gaze across the sea of people around him, Du Xiaofu saw many figures. There were many disciples of the 9 great clans that he had seen once in Tianhuang mainland. To Du Xiaofu's surprise, the figure of the boundless sect's 9-fold spirit appeared among the group of monks. That was where the disciples of the Buddhist sect were. Although the 9th spirit wasn't the leader, he was still very outstanding. Not far away, Huangling, Er's figure appeared in Du Xiaofu's eyes, causing some fluctuations in the depths of Du Xiaofu's eyes. Looking around, Du Xiaofu released his mind, but he didn't see the person he wanted to see the most. She didn't come? Could it be that the commotion she caused wasn't enough? Du Xiaofu murmured softly in his heart. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes as they began to dim. Hand over the coiling dragon, war god armor, and kowtow to me 3 times. Then I can consider letting you go today. A handsome young man appeared in the air and looked at Du Xiaofu on the Marshall-proof platform. His eyes were filled with runes and dragon might, as if the might of a true dragon had descended. He was the Dragon Fifth, a terrifying existence among dragons. Although he had cultivated for a long time, he was still a member of the younger generation in the world of demonic beasts. Get lost. If you want the coiling dragon war god armor, use treasures as a bet. Otherwise, I don't have time to fight with random people. It's a waste of time. Du Xiaofu's expression changed naturally as he looked straight at Dragon Fifth. With a wave of his hand, dragon might surged and dragon roars filled the air. A golden dragon phantom filled the sky, stirring up winds and clouds. Finally, it turned into a set of battle armor. This was the coiling dragon war god armor that Du Xiaofu won yesterday. At this moment, it was unknown whether Du Xiaofu had completely severed it or sealed its connection with Tao Wu. It floated on the Marshall-proof platform and shone in all directions. Chapter 1543. Today you came for me. It's easy to challenge me. Take out a treasure of the same level as the coiling dragon war god armor. I can accept whatever heavenly treasures or heavenly treasures. If you win, take away the coiling dragon war god armor. If you lose, leave the treasure behind. Otherwise, I won't accept your challenge. Du Xiaofu said and looked around. He didn't put Dragon Fifth in his eyes at all. Dragon Fifth and the other members of the Dragon Clan felt their faces twitch and their gazes turn gloomy when they saw that fellow taking out the Dragon Clan's coiling dragon war god armor as a wager, and even calling Dragon Fifth a nobody. This was a humiliation to the dragons. That guy clearly didn't put the dragons in his eyes. He's really arrogant. Everyone was surprised. He didn't put the dragons and the 9 great families in his eyes. Was that guy really a 9-star talisman master from the outside world? His arrogance was simply boundless. Kid, you're digging your own grave. I'll give you a chance. Dragon Fifth stood in the void. His body was covered by dragon runes. He looked like a real dragon in human form. He was incomparably terrifying. His aura was like a mountain flood, exuding a supreme aura. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe as they felt the aura coming from Dragon Fifth's body. Dragon Fifth's strength was indeed not in vain. Even the representatives of the major clans trembled when they looked at Dragon Fifth and felt the terrifying aura emanating from his body. Dragon Fifth was indeed powerful. Roar! Dragon Fifth summoned a treasure and directly flew to the martial-proof platform. It was a green light shield covered by layers of dragon scales. There were dragon shadows circling around it, covering the sky. Its power was spreading, causing the void to boil. Take away the heavenly dragon cover if you have the ability. You're not worthy of my challenge. I'm just giving you a chance. Dragon Fifth looked down at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with strange runes. The light was dazzling, like a vortex that could devour one's primordial spirit. Dragon's treasure, the heavenly dragon cover. It's a great defensive treasure. It's not inferior to the coiling dragon war god armor. The dragons are indeed rich. Someone sighed in admiration and revealed the origins of the heavenly dragon cover. It was a great defensive treasure of the dragons. Du Xiaofu looked at the heavenly dragon cover not far away from him. The dragon's might was rolling, and it had the aura of a true dragon. It was indeed a treasure that was not inferior to the coiling dragon war god armor. I accept this sky dragon cover. Du Xiaofu didn't even raise his head, nor did he look at Dragon Fifth. Instead, he slowly scanned the surroundings of the martial-proof platform. His eyes glowed as he said, "Yesterday, did anyone from the 9 great families want to challenge me? If this dragon defeats me, then the coiling dragon war god armor will be his. Your 9 great families' face will also be suppressed by this dragon. Is this guy not afraid of the itch now that he has so many lice? My mother, uncle, grandpa, we shouldn't have hung out with that guy. We're in big trouble now." Mu Yuming, Yu Bufan, and the others who were rushing to the martial-proof platform just happened to see that guy provoking the 9 great families on the martial-proof platform. Du Xiaofu's voice spread out. He was provoking the 9 great families by deliberately using the name of the dragons to provoke them. Everyone trembled, and the faces of the 9 great families' disciples turned gloomy, especially the disciples of the 9 great families who were sullen yesterday. Buzz! The sound of wind and thunder resounded, shaking the clouds and causing the void to tremble. A dazzling war spear appeared on the martial-proof platform. It was incomparably majestic, flowing with multicolored light, and its pressure spread across the void. Savage War Spear, Zhang Wenzheng of the House of Vertical and Horizontal, gives you a chance. A young man from the House of Vertical and Horizontal leaped into the air. His whole body was wrapped in a brilliant light, and the terrifying aura on his body seemed to be able to move mountains and overturn seas. A wu, a dragon's roar, and a bird's cry resounded. A dazzling whip wrapped in the shadow of a dragon and a phoenix covered the sky. The sound shook the void, and its power made people tremble in fear. Dragon Shadow and Phoenix Whip, Master Hui Mutian, gives you a chance. A tall and slender young man stepped out from the house of famous families. Symbols overflowed, and the energy of heaven and earth gathered around his body. Buzz! The sound of Sanskrit resounded, and light soared into the sky. It seemed to be accompanied by the flash of gods and Buddhas. A fist-sized Buddhist bead appeared on the martial-proof platform. It seemed to be able to purify all evil and evil, making people feel relaxed and happy. Amit Ba, Buddhist shadow bead, Buddhist Hung Chi. A young monk walked into the void. He wore a plain robe, and there were 9 shining rings on his head. His voice was not loud, but it was like a tsunami shaking people's souls. Boom! A dazzling bracelet appeared on the martial-proof platform, spanning across the void. 1 black and 1 white, Two resplendent colors were released alternately, and the aura it released was not inferior to that of the Buddha's shadow bead. Evil warding yin-yang chain, Taoist void spirit. Today I will restore the name of Taoism. A young man walked out from the Taoist formation. He wore a slightly tight Taoist robe that revealed his perfect figure, but it could not hide his outstanding and heroic appearance. He was born with the aura of a king that ruled the world. Buzz! A treasured sword broke through the void, descending onto the martial-proof platform, causing the void to tremble. Mystic light void sword, scholarly schools, Yen Lihin. A young man descended from the sky. His incomparably handsome features seemed to have been carved out. The lines on his face were sharp and clear, and his gaze was deep and sharp, giving people a boundless sense of terror and oppression. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as a palm-sized mountain descended onto the martial-proof platform. It was wrapped in runes, but it emitted a majestic aura. The palm-sized mountain was surrounded by multicolored light, but it was able to suppress all directions. Taihang Mountain, School of Moism's Mo Junyu. A delicate voice rang out. It was a girl who was about 28 years old. She was tall and slender, and her figure was voluptuous. Her words and actions were elegant, and her black hair was like ink. Her skin was like jade, and her beautiful eyes revealed an indescribable charm. Buzz! A long spear swept through the sky, like a dragon soaring and a tiger leaping. It flowed with brilliant colors, and its entire body was filled with starlight and mysterious runes. Its power made people shudder. Limitless, brilliant starlight spear. School of Yin-Yang's Qi Jejun. A young man in a divine battle robe walked out. Starlight fluctuated, and he was extraordinary. Honglonglong. Not far from the limitless, brilliant spear, a spike of light quietly appeared. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled and thunder exploded. Lightning spike. Jiang Yinfeng of the farmer's family. A young man stepped out again. He was very handsome and his eyes were clear. His skin was fair. The temperament this young man emitted was very complex. It was simple, arrogant, overbearing, and powerful. It was like a mixture of all kinds of temperaments, but in the end, it revealed his own unique elegance and elegance. In a flash, 9 treasures appeared one after another. Adding on the coiling dragon war god armor that Du Xiaofu took out, 10 treasures appeared on the martial-proof platform. Honglonglong, the entire heaven and earth boiled, and everyone shivered. The dazzling runes on the martial-proof platform rushed into the heavens, and its power made everyone's hearts tremble. Too terrifying, it's difficult to resist that kind of pressure. Those with lower cultivation levels began to go limp, and they wanted to kneel down. That kind of pressure was too powerful. Almost all the people present were extraordinary, and most of them were from the 9 great families. Their eyesight and experience were extraordinary, but at this moment, looking at the 10 treasures on the martial-proof platform, their eyes blazed and their hearts trembled. Heavenly Dragon Cover, Barbarian War Spear, Dragon Shadow Phoenix Whip, Thunder Spike, Taihang Mountain, Mysterious Radiance Void Sword, Buddha Shadow Pearl, Evil Warding Yin-Yang Chain, Limitless Brilliant Spear. These are all legendary treasures of the great families, and this time they were brought out by them. It's very simple. I'm afraid that this time they brought these treasures to the martial-proof platform and to fight against the experts of the great families. But now they took out their treasures in advance and were forced by that arrogant kid to regain their dignity and proof their families' names. The onlookers trembled and exclaimed. In the distance, the legalism elders and elders' eyes lit up. These treasures had left their illustrious names in the history of the great families. Du Xiaofu was also very satisfied, and his eyes looked at the treasures on the martial-proof platform, and at this moment he was somewhat frightened. The 9 amazing ritual implements were no weaker than the coiling dragon war god armor. In fact, they were all close to the level of divine implements. Old rules. I accept all your challenges. Du Xiaofu said and set up a seal, sealing all the treasures on the martial-proof platform. Dragon 5th, Hui Mutian, Zhang Wenzheng, and the others' eyes twitched, but their transcendent aura was not affected. It's him. He seems to be somewhat similar to that guy's style. Huang Ling looked at Du Xiaofu from afar, and her heart trembled. She thought of a person, but then she smiled faintly and murmured, "Unfortunately, that guy is more ferocious and not as cunning as this guy." In the crowd, there was a group of people who seemed to be out of place, and there were only a few young men and women. The girl in the front was beautiful, but she was shy, and her smile was like a flower. She looked at the young man on the martial-proof platform from afar and murmured, "Interesting human. Kid, your appetite is too big, and you'll die from overeating." Outside the martial-proof platform, Zhang Wenzheng said with disdain. He looked straight at Du Xiaofu, and his eyes shone brightly. His aura shook the void. "With just you guys, I'll die from overeating." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the 8 men and 1 woman hovering in the air outside the martial-proof platform. His gaze swept across them as he said, "I am a very fair person. If all of you want to challenge me, then let's continue with the order from yesterday. The school of vertical and horizontal can be the first. However, I suggest that all of you come at me together." Arrogant, too arrogant. He doesn't even put the representatives of the 9 great families in his eyes, and wants to deal with the 9 great families and the dragons. How arrogant. We must ruthlessly trample on that kid. Only then can we wash away the shame of the 9 great families. Everyone was indignant. Those who were present were all legalism people, and the rest were extraordinary people from the various families and major powers. Naturally, they hated Du Xiaofu to the core. That kid is digging his own grave. He's courting death. Su Haohui, Gong Sanxiong, and the others who had been defeated by Du Xiaofu the day before were secretly cursing, and their eyes were filled with coldness. Crazy, that guy is completely crazy. Mu Yuming, Yu Bufan, and the others had completely collapsed. That guy was so arrogant that he wanted the 9 great clans and Dragon 5th to attack together. This kind of arrogance was completely incurable. It had reached the point where no one could surpass it. Chapter 1544. This brat is mine. I will make him regret this for the rest of his life. There's no need for you to interfere. Zhang Wenjing's gaze swept over Dragon 5th, Hui Mutian, and the others. He stomped his foot on the void and directly stepped onto the stage. Boom! The entire stage trembled. Zhang Wenjing's body was shrouded in mist, and runes flickered, exuding a mysterious and terrifying aura. He looked straight at Du Xiaofu and said, "Do you think you have the qualifications to be challenged by me? You may have some skills in the outside world, but in front of me, in front of my house of Zongheng, you're nothing but a flea. You won't be able to jump up again." Du Xiaofu remained standing with his hands behind his back. He raised his head slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he said to Zhang Wenjing, "You should be considered a genius of the house of Zongheng. But unfortunately, in front of me you're nothing. If killing is allowed on this stage, I'll crush you like an ant." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Zhang Wenjing's eyes suddenly burst with a resplendent light. Blazing runes shot out from his eyes like a boiling sea of fire. His killing intent soared to the sky as he shouted, "My house of Zongheng's name has shaken the world since the ancient times. We've been unhindered under the heavens since then. The entire human race has been blessed by my house of Zongheng." What? You want to compete with your ancestors? I don't know what the other geniuses of the 9 great families are like, but if they're all like you, I won't put them in my eyes. Du Xiaofu looked at Zhang Wenzheng with disdain. He was even more arrogant than Zhang Wenzheng, as if he was deliberately provoking Zhang Wenjing. Du Xiaofu didn't have a good impression of the 9 great families who viewed themselves as superior. Du Xiaofu wasn't targeting the 9 great families, but facing arrogant people who would be even more arrogant. This was his personality, and it was difficult to change it. In this world where the strong were respected, the weak were prey to the strong. Strength was the law of the jungle. "You're too arrogant. You're courting death." Zhang Wenjing's eyes flashed with a cold light. Blazing runes ignited on his body, so hot that they could burn the void. The blazing flames suddenly surged as he slammed his palm towards Du Xiaofu. He knew that Du Xiaofu was an array talisman master, and the array he had set up yesterday was very strong. He didn't want to give that guy a chance. He wanted to directly suppress him with one move and bring about a greater deterrence. Roar! Zhang Wenjing's palm slammed out, and a sea of flames descended. Blazing flame runes rushed out like a tide, and in the end they turned into a roaring fire tiger. The fire tiger pounced on its prey, seemingly distorting the space around it. It brought with it a terrifying might that could crush everything as it descended. He has just reached the peak of the martial domain realm. I'm afraid he is only a step away from the sealed region. That's the power of fire from the school of vertical and horizontal. Zhang Wenjing's cultivation of it is extraordinary. Among his peers in the school of vertical and horizontal, it is said that he is at least in the top 5. Following Zhang Wenjing's attack, the surrounding people immediately exclaimed at the terrifying aura. However, at this moment, Zhang Wenjing, who was on the martial proof platform, felt that something was amiss. His tiger palm had actually directly pounced on his opponent's body, destroying the space around it. However, it did not destroy the former. On the contrary, the arrogant guy's figure was like lightning, not retreating, but advancing instead. He leaped into the air and appeared in front of Zhang Wenjing. At the same time, a terrifying yuan spirit storm swept through the void. It even brought about lightning and thunder, and silver gold lightning arcs pierced through the void. The strength of the yuan spirit was beyond Zhang Wenjing's imagination. In an instant, Zhang Wenjing felt as if his yuan spirit was facing a supreme being. It began to tremble and become dizzy. His opponent's eyes were like black holes that wanted to devour his yuan spirit. At this moment, Du Xiaofu did not hold back. Unlike yesterday, he needed to make a big move to draw out the person he wanted to meet. Otherwise, this legalism trip would be in vain. At this moment, facing the 9 great clans, Du Xiaofu was also a young man. After all, the bones in his body were still young, and the blood of youth was easily boiling. He also wanted to know how strong these top experts of the younger generation were. Du Xiaofu did not use any martial art skills. He only used the skills of a spirit talisman master. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu also used the power of his yuan spirit, which was the fusion of 3 spirit thunders and spiritual roots. Du Xiaofu rarely used this kind of yuan spirit power. After the fusion of 3 spirit thunders and spiritual roots, it was difficult for others to recognize him. At this moment, Du Xiaofu burst out with the power of his spirit talisman master identity. It could be regarded as the pinnacle attack of a spirit talisman master identity. It was a mixture of 3 kinds of spiritual thunder, a mysterious and powerful spiritual root, and the power of the mysterious cultivation method. How terrifying and powerful it was. This was also a yuan spirit attack. How terrifying was its attack power. Rumble. On the martial proof platform, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The terrifying silver gold lightning covered the sky. The terrifying aura made the surrounding living beings tremble. The primordial spirit, beast souls, trembled. Many people were about to collapse. Not good! At this moment, it seemed that they all felt something at the same time. Many of their eyes suddenly changed. He has spirit thunders. On the martial proof stage, Zhang Wenjing was stunned. He guarded against Du Xiaofu's talisman array, and also guarded against Du Xiaofu's yuan spirit attack. However, he did not expect that Du Xiaofu's Yuan's spirit attack would be so powerful that he could not touch it at all. Du Xiaofu even fused a spirit thunders into his body. Du Xiaofu rarely used the power of a spirit talisman master, but it did not mean that his Yuan spirit was not powerful. Even the sacred elder of the Golden Winged Rock clan had praised Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit power before. It was not inferior to the abnormal power of a martial artist. Moreover, Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit had 3 types of spirit thunders. Bang! Du Xiaofu's punch landed directly on Zhang Wenjing's body. Although it looked like a light punch, it destroyed Zhang Wenjing's defenses as easily as crushing dry weeds. After that, Zhang Wenjing coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body cracked as a bloody mist sprayed out. When he spat out the blood, Zhang Wenjing was indeed one of the true geniuses of the school of vertical and horizontal. He actually came to his senses and screamed. However, it was too late. That punch was too mysterious. It destroyed Zhang Wenjing's body, and the power of the spirit thunders invaded his Yuan spirit. In the end, his body was sent flying and fell to the square below the martial-proof stage. He was severely injured, but he survived. Bang! Everyone watched as Zhang Wenjing fell from the martial-proof stage. At this moment, everyone's hearts seemed to have stopped beating. Spirit thunders. That arrogant kid's body has merged with a terrifying spirit thunders. In the distance, the eyes of the old man and elder from the school of legalism shone brightly. No one expected that the battle between Zhang Wenjing and that arrogant guy would end up like this. Zhang Wenjing was as if he couldn't withstand a single blow and was defeated instantly. He didn't even have the strength to attack again. This made everyone extremely shocked. How could this be? This is impossible. Zhang Wenjing struggled to stand up and looked at Du Xiaofu on the martial-proof stage. His eyes were blank, and he couldn't believe that he had lost. He had lost in such a miserable and embarrassing way. He wasn't arrogant. He has the ability to do so. This is his true strength. In the distance, a beautiful and shy woman with a smile that was like a flower spoke. Not far away, Huang Linger's 7-colored eyes were also filled with divine light. You can't withstand a single blow. Next, famous expert. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air. His battle robe and hair fluttered as he looked around disdainfully. Suppress! Hui Mutian made his move. He directly jumped into the air above the martial-proof stage. The terrifying aura on the surface of his body surged like a storm. Mysterious runes covered his body, and he activated his martial vein. He was a supreme genius who cultivated the famous expert's supreme cultivation technique. His martial vein turned into a storm and swept across the sky. Hui Mutian also activated his martial vein spirit. It was a huge butterfly. When the butterfly spread its wings, it could cover the void. The shadow of a phoenix appeared on the butterfly's wings. The heavenly wind martial vein, formed by the famous expert's wind energy, and the ancient phoenix blood, heavenly butterfly, as his martial vein spirit. Hui Mutian is too strong. He's even stronger than Zhang Wenjing. Hui Mutian used his full strength right from the start. He who strikes first gains the upper hand, the surrounding people exclaimed. They didn't dare to blink as they waited for the result. The martial vein spirit turned into a storm, and the ancient phoenix blood, heavenly butterfly, flapped its wings. Hui Mutian was worthy of being one of the famous experts. He was peerless and powerful. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu made his move. With just a thought, silver-gold lightning arcs covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if heavenly lightning was about to destroy everything. Du Xiaofu was clearly a spirit talisman master, but at this moment he displayed the invincible demeanor of a martial artist. Du Xiaofu was too terrifying. It was as if he had crushed Hui Mutian in terms of cultivation realm. Cultivation realm was above everything. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu condensed a flood dragon in his hand and directly blasted Hui Mutian off the martial-proof stage. Bang! The entire square trembled. Hui Mutian coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had used all his strength and attacked first, but he still ended up like this. At this moment, only Hui Mutian himself knew that the primordial spirit in his mind was still resisting the remnant of the spiritual thunder. His primordial spirit was injured and his body was not in good condition, still unable to withstand a single blow. Next, Buddhism. Du Xiaofu was in the air. He was arrogant and fierce. His battle clothes fluttered in the wind. At this moment, his aura was completely different from yesterday. He was like a supreme being in the sky. Amitabha, Hung Chi made his move. The string of Buddha beads hanging around his neck was thrown out. There were a total of 108 beads. Bright light shone and runes appeared in the sky. They turned into 108 Buddha shadows and gathered into a huge array. It suppressed Du Xiaofu. The sound of Buddha chanted and the Buddha light shone. It was as if it wanted people to put down their butcher's knife and become Buddha. Originally, there was nothing, so where did dust come from? Du Xiaofu made his move. He waved his hand and a golden saber shadow swept across the sky. He activated the third level of the Saber Soul / Saber Soul Annihilation. The saber light was accompanied by silver gold spiritual thunder. It was a world of difference compared to yesterday's attack. The saber radiance and electric arcs filled the sky, destroying everything and cutting through the void. The 108 Buddha shadows were destroyed, and deep cracks appeared on the 108 Buddhist beads. The saber light pierced through the sky and was not extinguished. It went straight for Hung Chi's forehead and wanted to shatter his primordial spirit. Hung Chi retreated quickly. The Buddha light shone brightly. His eyes were trembling. The runes on the ring scar on his head flowed and turned into a golden vajra. Only then did he resist the terrifying saber light. Bang! But in the end, Hung Chi could not escape defeat. His body fell from the sky like a meteor. Du Xiaofu blasted him with a beam of energy from afar. PFFF! Fresh blood splattered on the ground. Hung Chi's body was cracked, revealing his white bones. He would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Slightly stronger, but still unable to withstand a single blow. Next, Taoism. Du Xiaofu stepped into the sky. He was like a true god of war. He looked down on the world and gave pointers to the heroes. Chapter 1545. Immeasurable Deity. Immeasurable! Now that Master Void Spirit had entered the arena, he had no way out. If he didn't even dare to enter the arena at this moment, the dignity of Master Void Spirit would no longer exist. Boom! Master Void Spirit used his full strength as soon as he attacked. He activated his Meridian Spirit and Martial Vein, and his aura could destroy the world. He also activated the extraordinary treasures on his body, which turned into many beast shadows. For a moment, the aura surged, the beast shadows roared, and the birds and beasts covered the sky. As the wind and cloud surged, they all rushed toward Du Xiaofu. Roar! This scene was too terrifying, and it shook everyone. Fierce winds blew, sand and stones flew, and runes intertwined with each other. A series of earth-shattering techniques were activated, and anyone who saw it would be shocked. Even the powerful cultivators watching from afar looked at Master Void Spirit with admiration. He was definitely one of the best among the younger generation. To activate so many techniques in a row, not only did he need to understand the profound meaning, but he also needed the support of surging Xianqi. Roar! Du Xiaofu attacked. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and silver and golden lightning arcs covered the sky. He activated countless beast energy and gathered it into a beast tide. With shocking roars and beast power, it swept out like a wave. In the rumbling sound of the void exploding, it directly broke through Master Void Spirit's technique. The beast tide destroyed everything, and wherever it passed, it destroyed the void and destroyed all the enemies. Go down! A beautiful saber light flashed through the sky and destroyed the void. That was Du Xiaofu's saber soul technique, saber soul slash. It could destroy the opponent's body and primordial spirit. Master Void Spirit fell and finally landed on the square, staggering back. Crack! With each step, Master Void Spirit staggered backward. The ground under his feet was indestructible, and even the stone slabs of the square, which were reinforced by the array, showed traces of cracks. Blood flowed out from between his eyebrows. His eyes were dull, and his face was filled with shock. If you could kill on the martial proof platform, your primordial spirit would have been destroyed. Du Xiaofu said to Master Void Spirit. His hair danced behind him, and he had a rough understanding of the top young cultivators of the 9 forces. They were very strong, and definitely not someone of the same level in the outside world could resist. There was no doubt about this. But compared to the golden-winged great rocks, Du Xiaofu felt that Master Void Spirit, Heng Qi, and the others couldn't even compare to Jialo Kaling. So long as Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueo, and the others set foot in the beast region, they would be able to fight them directly. On the other hand, if Jialo Juekong and the others were at the same level as Master Void Spirit and the others, and were all at the peak of the domain realm, then they would be able to suppress them to the point of suffocation. Next, the Confucian school. Du Xiaofu pointed at the Confucian school. At this moment, he had single-handedly taken on the representatives of the 9 great clans. Just how peerless was his figure in battle armor. It made the surrounding creatures tremble inwardly. Boom! Yan Lihin stepped onto the martial-proof platform, but there was no way out. He channeled the power of heaven and earth and spat out a mouthful of blood, offering his blood to the sky. In my name, let the power of the wizard god descend upon me. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky changed color and a mysterious power descended. Resplendent runes fell upon Yan Lihin, causing his body to swell and his aura to rise. In the end, Yan Lihin became a 100-meter-tall giant. He looked like an ancient wizard god who had traveled through time and space. Everyone trembled. The enormous wizard god's body emitted a hazy mist. Its aura was terrifying, like 1,000,000 mountains descending from the sky. It made people's hearts feel like they were going to explode and go limp. Rumble. The enormous body of the shaman god made a move, causing the entire sky to be covered in talisman markings and boundless and surging force. It was like a string of torrents had erupted, and it rumbled as it smashed down towards Du Xiaofu. That terrifying power caused the heavens and the earth to boil, and everywhere it passed, space would explode and shatter. That's the power of the wizard god. The predecessors of the Confucian school are related to the legendary great wizards of the primordial era. The power of the wizard god was once the strongest existence in the world. It has been passed down to this day, and it still has the power to destroy the world. A legalism elder in the distance spoke. The power of the wizard god was too terrifying. It had a glorious past that was hard for people to imagine. Du Xiaofu's battle robe fluttered. He was also moved by the power of the wizard god. Rumble. Immediately after, Du Xiaofu attacked. His whole body glowed, emitting an ancient aura. Silver-gold electric arcs intertwined, flickering resplendently. They formed a silver-gold long spear in front of him. It was as if lightning had gathered. When this silver-gold long spear gathered, the void suddenly rumbled and trembled. A supreme pressure descended. This silver-gold long spear was formed by Du Xiaofu's various methods. It pierced through the void, leaving a pitch-black crack in space wherever it passed. It destroyed everything in its path and finally collided with the enormous wizard god's body. Rumble. This collision caused the energy of the world to become chaotic. The sound of the collision was like thunder. The talisman arrays on the martial-proof platform were trembling. Talisman scripts filled the sky, and energy surged in the sky. The chaotic space gradually calmed down. The enormous, wizard god's body was shrinking. After being pierced by the silver-gold long spear, it directly exploded, turning into broken talisman scripts and energy. The aura made the living beings tremble. Puff! Yen Lihan's body appeared. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, his body was also pushed back and fell into the square below the martial-proof platform. He staggered for more than 10 steps before stabilizing his body. His clothes were torn and tattered. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. Next, Mo Clan. Du Xiaofu spoke. He stood proudly in the void above the martial-proof platform like a god of war. Mo Clan's Mo Junyu stepped onto the martial-proof platform. Her graceful figure was moving. Her entire body was covered in bright blue talisman scripts. She activated her meridian spirit. The aura of a peak mortal venerable filled the air. A shocking aura descended from the sky, turning the void above the martial-proof platform into a vast ocean. A huge divine turtle phantom appeared. The power of water can turn simple into complex. A drop of water can turn into a vast ocean. The meridian spirit of the ancient sea, swallowing divine turtle. An expert from the crowd spoke. That graceful and slender body actually contained such frightening power. The vast ocean stirred up thousands of huge waves. The divine turtle's cry shook the 9 heavens. It pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Break! Du Xiaofu soared into the sky. He stepped on the waves and waved his hand, destroying the divine turtle phantom. Go! Mo Junyu still had a treasure on her. It was a pearl that was as bright as the sun. It turned into a huge beast phantom. Roar! The beast phantom's roar shook the heavens. It was indescribably ferocious. It enveloped Du Xiaofu. Its aura was enough to crush an ordinary martial domain realm cultivator. It was definitely not an ordinary treasure. Roar! Du Xiaofu formed a hand seal and punched out an azure dragon phantom. It was like a fish in water in the vast ocean. It collided with the huge beast phantom. This collision was like raging waves crashing against the shore. It was about to shatter the void. The rumbling sounds shook people's souls. In the end, Du Xiaofu won by colliding with Mo Junyu's magical weapon. Everyone was shocked. Dang dang! A terrifying force swept out. Mo Junyu's figure was pushed back and fell to the ground below the martial-proof platform. Her beautiful figure was weak and her face was pale. However, her injuries were not serious. At this moment, Mo Junyu was secretly surprised. She could feel that the other party had done it on purpose. That vast force did not hurt her. That arrogant guy seemed to be holding back on purpose. He was not as fierce as he was against the school of Vertical and school of Mo. Could it be because she was a girl, the school of Mo has lost? Next, school of Yin Yang. Du Xiaofu no longer bothered with Mo Junyu. He turned his gaze towards Qi Jiejun. The young man was valiant and had a valiant bearing, exuding a heroic aura. He bore a faint resemblance to that holy and dignified woman. Arrogant, Qi Jiejun made his move. A mysterious aura spread out from his body. The light around him was like the stars in the sky. That arrogant guy was even more arrogant than him. This made Qi Jiejun feel very unhappy. Qi Jiejun's body was covered in starlight. He directly activated his martial vein and used his martial vein spirit to form a starlight armor. It was extraordinary and divine, like a holy spirit, noble and proud. It carried a vast aura that covered the sky and covered the earth. It made people's hearts tremble when they looked at it from afar. Rumble. A huge tree appeared in the sky. This tree was resplendent and translucent. The crown of the tree covered the sky. The leaves were like stars in the sky. At this moment, it was as if this world had suddenly fallen into the curtain of night. The pressure was rolling, and only the stars in the surroundings were densely packed. There was a river of stars hanging in the sky, and a vast aura covered the sky and earth. Tai Chi mystic Yin and Yang. The stellar tree is the martial spirit. This Chi Jejun is also a martial spirit. He is the youngest, but his cultivation is outstanding. He is indeed extraordinary. In the night sky, the stars revolved. Legalism experts revealed Chi Jejun's strength. Chapter 1546. Du Xiaofu looked at the gigantic star tree with curiosity and surprise in his eyes. Suppress. Chi Jejun exploded. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like the two brightest stars. Activating his martial veins and martial spirit, they swept out together. It was as though he was pushing the stars in the sky. His aura was terrifying, and it was as though a river of stars was crashing down, suppressing the entire area. This attack was too strong. It was incomparably strong, causing Hung Chi, Su Lingzi, Mo Junyu, and the others to shiver in fear. They felt that if they were to face Chi Jejun now, the chances of them defending against such a terrifying attack were too slim. However, Du Xiaofu managed to defend against it. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Du Xiaofu soared into the sky as though he was walking in the river of stars. Terrifying silver-gold lightning arcs burst out from his body, and he was like the brightest sun in the sky, dispersing the night sky and scattering the stars in the sky. The silver-gold lightning arcs burst out, bringing with them the pressure of a supreme being. A terrifying Yuan spirit energy swept out in all directions. The river of stars swept out, and the star tree suppressed. However, when it encountered Du Xiaofu at this moment, it completely dissipated and was neutralized. That spirit talisman master just had to fight with the demeanor of a peerless god of war. He was like an invincible martial artist, a ferocious beast that could sweep through all directions. It's really similar. In the distance, Huang Ling looked at the figure in the battle suit amidst the starry sky. That similar demeanor made her involuntarily think of a person. That person also had that kind of invincible posture, and at this moment it also appeared on this guy. Seems familiar. It's like a person. In the Buddhist sect, Ju Ling frowned slightly. That young man in battle armor on the martial proof platform seemed like a familiar face. Chi Jejun was shocked. He was actually being suppressed. Everything about him was being suppressed. That fellow was like a peerless supreme being that could sweep through everything, making it hard for him to withstand and destroy everything about him. Break! Du Xiaofu unleashed his might, and a terrifying storm of Yuan spirit energy swept out, breaking apart the stars in the sky. Then, his fist landed on Chi Jejun's armor. Bang! The starlight armor on Chi Jejun's body cracked and was directly shattered by the punch. The silver-gold lightning arcs surged like a sea of thunder. Dang dang! In the end, Chi Jejun was knocked off the martial proof platform and landed on the square. Apart from the cracks on his armor, his injuries were light. Chi Jejun was secretly astonished. He had clearly felt that the arrogant fellow had held back and hadn't used his full strength in that last punch. Next, the farmer family. Du Xiaofu spoke in the air above the martial proof platform, drawing the attention of the crowd back to their senses. "Let's go," he said. Jiang Yunfeng was helpless, but there was no way out. Whether he won or lost, he had to go on stage. This was his own choice. Obviously, this choice was not wise, but he had already fallen into the trap. Bang! Jiang Yunfeng attacked with all his might. He didn't hold back at all. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he had to go all out. His martial vein and meridian spirit were activated. The entire void trembled and the ground rumbled. The farmer family's Li Xiaofu comes from ancient times. Countless ancient, shocking experts have emerged from it. This Jiang Yunfeng can't be underestimated. Some people sighed at Jiang Yunfeng's strength. He wasn't inferior to Zhang Wenjiang and Hui Mutian, But he couldn't escape the fate of defeat. He was swept off the stage by Du Xiaofu. However, Jiang Yinfeng didn't suffer any serious injuries, so he didn't intend to continue the fight. Jiang Yinfeng already knew the outcome. That seemingly arrogant fellow was a terrifying existence. Unless the two fellows from the farmer's house made a move, it was impossible for anyone to stop him. Defeated, all the great clans lost. Is this real? Who can tell me if I'm dreaming? Is that guy really the reincarnation of the god of war? Too scary. Is that guy really just a talisman master from the outside world? Everyone was shocked. The representatives of the great clans had been defeated cleanly. Compared to yesterday, Gong Sunxiong, Su Haohui, and the others had been defeated in a more embarrassing manner. Su Haohui, Gong Sunxiong, and the others, who were cursing inwardly, had their mouths wide open. They couldn't close their jaws. Their eyes were filled with shock. They had never thought that even Zhang Wenjiang and Hui Mutian, who were ranked in the top 3 of their clans, would be trampled so easily. That arrogant kid, the more I look at him, the more I like him. How good would it be if he was a disciple of the legalism school? As a matter of fact, there were even quite a few young girls in the densely packed group of legalists who began to feel their hearts ripple. That young man in battle robes swept across the 4 directions. He had a peerless demeanor. Is this true? Hurry up and tell me if this is true. Yu Bufan's eyes were dull as he stared at Mu Yuming. He pinched Mu Yuming's face fiercely. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Ah, why are you pinching me? Mu Yuming cried out in pain and rolled his eyes at Yu Bufan. Then he was also shocked. His heart trembled and his body trembled with excitement. He said, "It's real, it's real. Even Zhang Wenjiang, Hui Mutian, and Qi Jejun are no match for him." Dragon Fifth had been staring at the martial proof stage. The shock in his heart was no less than the others. However, at this moment he was not afraid. He even felt a little lucky. Dragon Fifth was glad that he could still fight. That arrogant kid had not been defeated by the 8 great clans. Dragon Fifth, it's your turn now. On the martial proof stage, Du Xiaofu looked at Dragon Fifth. His eyes were shining, and his battle robes were fluttering in the wind. Good Yuan spirit energy. Dragon Fifth soared into the sky. Runes covered his body, and an illusory dragon's shadow appeared around his body. Roar! When Dragon Fifth finished speaking, a surge of dragon might surged. The light that contained the might of a supreme being turned into a whirlpool. In the end, a white dragon that was at least 10,000 feet long rushed out of the whirlpool. At this moment, as the terrifying dragon power descended, there were immediately low roars in the surroundings. Everyone was trembling with fear. The terrifying dragon power came from the bloodline and beast soul. Unless one was strong enough, they could not resist it. The dragon roared in the sky, and the sound waves rolled, making the surrounding spirit beasts crawl. Under the dragon power, everyone trembled. It was a real dragon. The white dragon scales were shining, and there were 5 claws on its abdomen. No mixed blood dragon could compare to it. As the descendant of pure-blooded dragons, Dragon Fifth was proud enough. He even dared to be proud of the younger generation of the 9 great clans. To him, the humans of the outside world were only ants. The bloodline of dragons was enough to prove everything. It was said that in the ancient times, the beast race ran rampant in the world. The 3 legs of the Qilin, dragons, and phoenixes reigned supreme. Since ancient times, there were endless legends left. At that time, the human race was still insignificant. It's a pity that I, the dragons, am a primordial soul supreme. Boy, you can't be so arrogant anymore. The white dragon rushed to the martial proof stage. Its huge body crossed the void, and half of it was submerged in the sea of clouds. The ferocious dragon swooped down, and its eyes were like the sun. The dragon claws tore through the air, and in the next moment, a roar sounded from its mouth like a sonic boom. Roar, The dragon roared continuously, and countless dragon shadows floated in the sky. The sound was melodious, but it could penetrate the void and make the world boil. In an instant, all kinds of supreme talismans covered the sky. The terrifying aura was peerless, and it shook the soul. It was as if the world was about to collapse. Everyone, shut your ears. This is the dragon soul, heavenly roar of the dragons. A legalism expert in the distance transmitted his voice, and it landed in the square. That was the terrifying technique of the dragons. Not all dragons could successfully cultivate it, and it specialized in attacking the soul and primordial soul. That was the supreme technique of the dragons, and it was too terrifying. The dragon's roar was melodious, and the dragon's might was supreme. The sonic boom was accompanied by dazzling talismans, and it suppressed Du Xiaofu. It was a kind of supreme suppression on the primordial soul, and it was enough to destroy all primordial souls. The dragon's soul heavenly roar was too terrifying, and it made Heng Qi, Su Lingzi, and the others close their 5 senses. However, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. It was just a primordial soul attack. Dragon Fifth's primordial soul attack was not weak. In fact, it was already abnormally strong. However, the problem was that Du Xiaofu's primordial soul was just as abnormally strong as his physical body. It was far stronger than Dragon Fifth's. No one knew that in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace, the Scarlet Horse Monkey's primordial soul was sitting cross-legged on the 9 revolutions, divine Lei Lian, and it was unmoved. Electric arcs spread out, and it was like a boulder. Roar! Dragon Fifth didn't just use his primordial soul attack. At this moment, his huge body swooped down from the sky, and he roared as he charged towards Du Xiaofu. His dragon claws tore through space, and his ferocious dragon mouth was like a blood-red vortex that could swallow everything. Du Xiaofu didn't say a word, but his figure disappeared from the spot at an extremely strange speed. He moved freely in the primordial soul attack, and the sky full of dragon talismans. Dragon Fifth's expression changed when he saw Du Xiaofu's figure disappear from his eyes. However, it was too late. Du Xiaofu's figure quietly appeared on the dragon's head. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, the young man in battle robes didn't look like a talisman master at all. He was like the reincarnation of a war god. He punched out, destroying space, and a pitch-black ring of light appeared around his fist. The punch landed directly on Dragon Fifth's head. Bang! A muffled sound came from Dragon Fifth's head. His dragon scale shattered, and his dragon skin split open. Blood splattered high into the air, and it looked very tragic. Bang, bang, bang! Du Xiaofu's fists were like a torrential rain as he punched several times in succession, aiming for Dragon Fifth's forehead. Roar, roar! Every punch hit flesh, and the power penetrated the dragon's bones, causing blood to splatter from Dragon Fifth's forehead. He screamed miserably, and in an instant he was on the verge of death. His bloody mouth spat out dragon blood, and the dragon's blood dyed the martial-proof platform red. Boom! Dragon Fifth's huge, white dragon body fell directly onto the martial-proof platform. Strictly speaking, he was smashed down from the sky by Du Xiaofu's fists. He fell heavily, causing the hearts of countless people to tremble. All of this happened too quickly, especially the last scene. It was completed in just a few breaths. The terrifying dragons, Dragon Fifth, a pure-blooded descendant of dragons, was being stepped on in front of everyone's eyes. He was on the verge of death and couldn't move at all. I've said it before, dragons have no right to be arrogant in front of me. Perhaps it was because he was from the Golden Winged Rock clan, or perhaps it was because he cultivated the Golden Winged Rock clan's cultivation technique. But Du Xiaofu had never had a good impression of dragons. Bang! At this moment, Du Xiaofu did not show any mercy to Dragon Fifth. In the end, he raised his leg and kicked Dragon Fifth's huge, white dragon body off the martial-proof platform, causing dragon blood to splatter and dragon scales to shatter. Oh my God! That kick, which sent the dragon flying, was like kicking the hearts of countless people around, causing their hearts to tremble violently. That arrogant guy, how terrifying and arrogant was he, looking down on the world! The strongest representatives of the 8 great families and the dragons, Dragon 5th, took action, but in the end they were swept away by a talisman master from the outside world with the power of primordial spirit. This was a humiliation, a kind of supreme suppression, a kind of invincible and peerless style. Is this a kind of premonition? A premonition that our 9 great families are going to decline from now on. Among the onlookers, someone could not help but speak, feeling very depressed. A talisman master from the outside world is so tyrannical. How terrifying is this? All the onlookers were silent, feeling depressed. No one would think that at this moment the young man in battle robes was arrogant and courting death. Just a moment ago, the young man in battle robes defeated the geniuses of the 9 great families with an invincible style. Was this kind of person just arrogant? Even if he was arrogant for all the onlookers at this moment, it was a matter of course, because this was a world where strength was respected. This boy must be used by me. If he is used by others, then it will be a big problem for legalism. Among the legalism experts in the distance, someone spoke. On the martial-proof platform, Du Schaufel looked around. His battle robes were stained with blood again, revealing a bit of fierceness, and said loudly, "Only legalism is left. Don't tell me that no one dares to go up." His voice spread out, resounding in all directions, echoing for a long time. Hearing these words, for almost all the disciples of legalism present, they were particularly frightened. That guy, in the end, was still thinking about legalism. Legalism had gathered all the outstanding figures of the younger generation, except for those who were in seclusion. Almost all of the top 1,000 and 1,000 were outside the martial-proof platform at this moment. However, at this moment, those originally valiant and extraordinary figures were secretly trembling. Pairs of bright eyes were looking at each other. In the end, everyone's eyes fell on the young man with an awe-inspiring temperament in the front. The awe-inspiring young man's eyes jumped. This was legalism. At this moment, he was the leader of the present. He could not retreat. The young man walked out looking at Du Schaufel. "Let me do it." Suddenly, a voice came from the distance, and when the last word fell, the figure had already appeared in the sky. Chapter 1547. It was a young man in his late 20s, dressed in a brocade robe. His black eyes were as dazzling as obsidian, revealing a heroic and awe-inspiring aura. On his handsome face, his seemingly calm eyes had a sharp gaze. His aura was oppressive, making people feel that he was filled with an indescribable sense of danger. "Great, second brother is here." Li Chuya, who was defeated yesterday, was excited when he saw the young man in brocade robe. "Second brother is here. That kid is definitely no match for him." A woman wearing a long dress from the school of legalism was very excited. She was tall and slender, and her appearance was elegant. At this moment, she also agreed that the arrogant brat was very strong, unbelievably strong. However, when facing her second brother, she was bursting with confidence. Her second brother was absolutely undefeatable. No matter how strong that arrogant brat was, he was definitely not her second brother's opponent. "Brother Qianran is here." Brother Qianran is going to fight in person. Some of the legalism disciples who were originally frightened and looked at each other when they saw the man in brocade robe appear. It was as if they were immediately injected with a cardiac stimulant. All the disciples inexplicably surged with an inexplicable confidence that ordinary people could not understand. Even many elders and powerhouses of legalism had a faint smile in their eyes at this moment. In the hearts of all the people from the school of legalism, the young man who had come was called Han Qianran. He was the strongest existence among the younger generation of the school of legalism. Even the other supreme figures paled in comparison to him. Of course, Han Qianran was the strongest existence of the younger generation of legalism, and the other 2 monsters had to be excluded. In fact, Those two monsters had never fought in the clan. They probably hadn't fought outside for at least a decade. Under the witness of all the disciples of legalism, Han Qianran had always been the peak of the younger generation of legalism. He had never been defeated and had long been far ahead of his peers. Han Qianran, he's actually going to fight. Is he the Han Qianran of legalism? The young powerhouses of other major forces and families were attracted by Han Qianran at this moment. Han Qianran's name had already spread among the other big families and some top forces. Han Qianran, this name, was the strongest among the younger generation of legalism. When the young man in the brocade robe appeared in midair, the space on the entire martial-proof platform quietly froze. A faint breeze blew, but it was unable to disperse the tense atmosphere. Some of the legalism elders and experts present looked at the brocade-robed young man in awe. Such a transcendent youth had long surpassed the many experts and elders of legalism. The young man was rising proudly. Before too long, he would become the pillar of the school of legalism. He would be able to carry the banner of the school of legalism. The legalism youth who had just walked out saw the brocade-robed youth and immediately revealed a smile and reverence in his eyes. His serious expression instantly relaxed, and after bowing, he respectfully retreated. Du Xiaofu landed on the martial-proof platform and turned to look at the person who had just arrived. His eyes slowly surged with some light. The invisible, majestic fluctuations that emanated from the person who had just arrived made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. The person who had just arrived was indeed very strong. The martial veins in Du Xiaofu's body also fluctuated slightly. He felt a somewhat familiar aura from the young man. I didn't expect to be able to have such a small surprise on the martial-proof platform this time. However, I'm very sorry to tell you now, just as Du Xiaofu was sizing him up, the brocade-robed youth also slowly traversed the space and directly landed on the martial-proof platform. Boom! When his feet appeared on the martial-proof platform, everyone could feel a monstrous aura from the young man's body that swept out in all directions like a storm. In that instant, the runes were dazzling and the handsome figure was wrapped in light. His heroic appearance was extraordinary, and a majestic aura gathered from the heavens and the earth, as if a divine king had descended. His handsome face was filled with a smile as he looked indifferently at Du Xiaofu and said casually, "You have already finished. You have no right to step on the martial-proof platform." When the smile on his face and his indifferent words fell, all the spectators in the square felt the heavens and the earth tremble, and the atmosphere completely froze. He's very strong. Experts like Heng Qi and Su Lingzi were all outstanding existences in their respective clans, and there was no need to mention the pride in their hearts. However, at that moment, they were secretly impressed by the brocade-robed youth. Just the invisible aura alone was enough to suppress them. If you want to challenge me, take out the treasure first. Otherwise, you still have no right. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's words caused everyone to be stunned. That arrogant fellow was actually still thinking about the treasure. After that, Du Xiaofu seemed to feel that he needed to emphasize again. He glanced at the brocade-robed youth and said, "Without the treasure, I don't have the time to play with you." Hearing that, the spectators in the square fiercely twitched their eyes. That fellow's head seemed to be filled with only treasures. The brocade-robed youth's eyes also twitched as he looked at Du Xiaofu. A smile appeared on his face, but it was a smile that was filled with contempt and indifference. Boom! The space trembled violently, and an item flew out from the brocade-robed youth's hand. The heavens and the earth instantly trembled, and the runes in the sky flickered. A terrifying aura rushed out, and a dazzling light rose up like the sun. The entire square was dazzling. It was an ancient and simple yellow wheel that emitted rumbling sounds. It revolved like a star, and it gave others a feeling of unparalleled pressure. The wheel was shining, and it was bathed in divine light. It was incomparably sacred, and a rain of light poured down. However, the sound it made was like thunder. When the ancient wheel appeared, all the disciples of the legalism school became solemn. Their faces were solemn, and there were even disciples who knelt down in front of the wheel. That's a half-step sacred tool. It has a spiritual saint soul that can protect our race. Some of the disciples of the legalism school exclaimed, and their expressions were solemn and respectful. At that moment, the purple-gold heavenly tower in Du Shaofu's divine watchtower emitted a rumbling sound, as if it was attracted by something. That feeling was something that even the coiling dragon war god armor and the Buddha shadow pearl did not cause. The purple-gold heavenly tower is a prodigal thing. It seems like it wants to swallow that plate. Du Shaofu thought. He communicated with the purple-gold heavenly tower in his mind and calmed down the restless soul of the purple-gold heavenly tower. This plate is not bad. I can accept it. Du Shaofu said seriously. He could feel that the ritual tool was extraordinary. It had a unique aura, and it was very powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Shaofu did not hesitate to set up a seal, and directly sealed the World Quake plate in the void. That's the World Quake plate, a half-step sacred tool. That arrogant brat actually called it a plate. Some of the disciples of the legalism school were angry. That was the World Quake plate of the legalism school, a true half-step sacred tool. It was the closest thing to a sacred tool. Only someone like Han Qianran was qualified to own it. The young man in the brocade robe looked at Du Shaofu and saw that he was setting up a seal on his World Quake plate. He secretly showed some disdain and said, "I don't need the World Quake plate to deal with you. I'm just letting you see it. It's a half-step sacred tool, the treasure of the legalism school." Noisy. Can't I study my own things myself? However, Du Shaofu interrupted the young man in the brocade robe. His words shocked everyone once again. It turned out that this guy already regarded the World Quake plate as his own. The young man in the brocade robe looked at Du Shaofu. His smile froze on his handsome face, and then it slowly faded away. Du Shaofu's battle robe swept over him. He looked straight at him. Their eyes met, and suddenly their eyes shone brightly. The whole place was dead silent. They stared at the martial-proof platform without blinking. Everyone knew that neither of the two people on the platform would be easy to deal with. "Remember my name, Han Qianran. This will be the end of you." The young man in the brocade robe spoke. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. A terrifying aura erupted, gathering the energy of heaven and earth in all directions. It shook the void, and the entire martial-proof platform suddenly surged. Du Shaofu knew this name. He had learned from Li Da's primordial spirit that this was the strongest existence among the younger generation of the legalism school. He was an existence that his peers in the legalism school could not catch up with. Also remember my name, the God of War. The God of War that cannot be defeated. The God that cannot be defeated. Du Shaofu spoke. He waved his fists and stared at Han Qianran. When his voice fell, a bright light surged on his body. A terrifying aura filled the air. Silver-gold lightning arcs filled the sky, and a terrible primordial spirit storm swept across. A very strong primordial spirit that has integrated with the spiritual thunder. This kind of talent can be regarded as unprecedented for an outsider. However, I also have a spiritual thunder. Han Qianran smiled, but the coldness on his face gradually became more intense. Then a golden thunderbolt suddenly burst out from between his eyebrows and shot into the sky. A terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly surged through the whole world. Then an extremely strange golden lightning arc with golden lightning flashed across the sky. The golden lightning arc exploded in the sky and swept in all directions. Crash! Dazzling golden lightning poured down as countless golden bolts of lightning descended from the sky. They were densely packed and enveloped the entire martial-proof platform. The martial-proof platform was like a prison made of lightning, and it completely enveloped Du Xiaofu. It's a spiritual thunder. Du Xiaofu looked around. The thunder martial vein in his body suddenly began to stir. The primordial spirit of the red-bone horse in his mind suddenly lit up with bright lightning arcs. What made Du Xiaofu even more surprised was that the strange round stone in his mind's Naiwen palace seemed to be affected by something at this moment and wanted to break free from his mind. The divine thunder of the heavenly soul. That kid will definitely lose. The terrifying thunder might rolled and the golden lightning flashed in the sky. Countless disciples of the legalism school trembled and smiled. That kid could no longer be arrogant. Kid, it's time to end it. You relied on the spiritual thunder to run rampant. Now that you've been defeated by my divine thunder of the soul destruction, it's the real end. I'll even give you a chance to set up the talisman array, the greatest reliance of the talisman master. Chapter 1548. Dazzling golden lightning emanated from Han Qianran's body and gathered around him. The dense lightning was so dense that it became even more dazzling. It could destroy souls and primordial spirits. No need. It would take too much time to defeat you with a talisman formation. Du Xiaofu looked at Han Qianran and shook his head. He looked at the golden lightning and licked his lips. It seemed to be able to destroy all souls and primordial spirits. If he had the chance to integrate with the heavenly soul divine thunder, he would be able to advance further. You are indeed arrogant, but you can't afford to be arrogant in front of me. Han Qianran said indifferently, revealing his white teeth. The next moment, his body moved like lightning, like a tiger pouncing on its prey. He moved like thunder. In Du Xiaofu's eyes, his figure expanded rapidly. Golden lightning arcs gathered in the sky, and with a golden lightning finger, he pointed at Du Xiaofu's forehead. What amazing speed! Hung Qi, Void Spirit, and the others could not help but exclaim. Han Qianran's speed was far above theirs. Even with the power of their primordial spirits, it was difficult to catch him. But Du Xiaofu dodged it. His body was like duckweed, standing on the ground in an arc, like a roly-poly toy, directly avoiding Han Qianran's golden thunderbolt fingerprints. Swish! Han Qianran's eyes moved as fast as lightning. He stretched out his 5 fingers and turned them into a lightning claw. It twisted the space, squeezed the air, and pierced through the void. It went straight for Du Xiaofu's throat. Fast, fierce, accurate. Han Qianran's first move was too much for the eyes to take in. His speed and power were a perfect combination. He didn't have Hung Qi or Qi Jiejun's earth-shattering power, but the danger contained in this move was far greater than Hung Qi and the others. Fierce and swift. It was obvious that Han Qianran had been through hundreds of battles. His achievements were definitely not as simple as growing up in a greenhouse. At this moment, this move was enough to prove that Han Qianran had once bathed in blood and had gone through countless trials. The claw print crushed the air and instantly reached Du Xiaofu's throat. But at this moment, just as the claw was about to reach Du Xiaofu's throat, Du Xiaofu's figure rapidly retreated. He shook his arm, and a fist collided with the claw. Bang! This collision was like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky. Lightning flashed, and countless electric arcs spread. Destructive lightning strength was unleashed at this moment, causing the space to continuously tremble. Dang dang! Han Qianran staggered back 2 steps. His eyes were changing color, and his palms were numb and painful. What shocked Han Qianran even more was that his opponent was as immovable as a mountain, like a boulder. His heavenly soul, divine thunder, did not have any effect at all. It surged into his opponent's body and did not seem to cause any harm to his primordial spirit. Instead, it seemed to be devoured by his primordial spirit. Han Qianran's feeling was right, but at this moment it was not Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit that was devouring the power of the heavenly soul divine thunder. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit wanted to devour it, but it was stopped by the round stone in his Naiwen palace. That stone was like a living creature, and it could not wait to rush out and devour it. It was completely unafraid of the terrible power of the lightning. It was like sucking breast milk, and the more the better. This made Du Xiaofu surprised. That strange stone was too strange. Oh no, it seems that he did not gain any advantage. Countless legalism disciples, who had been watching intently and expectantly, saw that not only did Han Qianran not gain any advantage, but he also seemed to be at a disadvantage. They began to feel incredulous, and their bodies, which had just become relaxed, suddenly became dignified again. Not very good. Is this all you have? Du Xiaofu said, looking at Han Qianran. His battle clothes flapped in the wind, and he was not afraid of the golden electric arcs that filled the sky. It's just a test. You are indeed qualified to make me use my full strength. The moment his voice fell, a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from Han Qianran's body and swept up into the sky. Suddenly, Han Qianran's hair stood on end, and his body erupted with divine light. His eyes flickered like the sun, and his aura swept out in all directions. The aura of the sealed domain realm descended, but it was far stronger than ordinary sealed domain realm cultivators. It was accompanied by a sky full of golden lightning, and the pressure was unimaginable. The terrifying pressure made the surrounding legalism disciples go limp, and the experts of the major clans, including Heng Qi, felt their hearts tremble. The sealed domain realm. Han Qianran has really stepped into the sealed domain realm. The young experts of the major clans and factions trembled. Huang Ling, and the gorgeous woman not far away were also shocked. At this moment, Han Qianran was like a supreme being on the proving stage, surrounded by golden lightning that clanged loudly. His aura was like that of a mighty army galloping forward. His body emitted a dazzling light, and his eyes also surged with dazzling lightning. The world was in an uproar, and countless people's hearts trembled. The young man in the brocade robe was too powerful. You're no match for me, Han Qianran said, his voice like thunder that shook one's soul. The golden lightning around him surged like golden waves, and his divine might was awe-inspiring. If he came out, he would be able to sweep through the world, stand alone, and shake the world. It's just the sealed domain realm. No pressure. Du Xiaofu replied, but inwardly he was also somewhat shocked. Legalism was indeed powerful, and no faction above Kyushu could compare, let alone Han Qianran. Even if Li Que came out, none of the major factions above Kyushu would be able to resist him. However, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. It was just the sealed domain realm. He had seen more than one sealed domain realm cultivator, and he had killed more than one so far. Han Qianran was far stronger than the sealed domain realm cultivators in the outside world, but Du Xiaofu was not the same as before. Although he did not use martial power, Du Xiaofu's tempering of his physical body was not just for show. Not long ago, Du Xiaofu's physical body and cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, thanks to the benefits he had gained from the rich dragon qi baptism in the palace. Now, Du Xiaofu could sweep through the world with just his physical strength alone. Now that he had the power of a talisman master, there was nothing to be afraid of. Is that so? If you can still be so stubborn, then I'll let you know what despair is. As Han Qianran spoke, a majestic force swept out, causing the void to tremble, heaven and earth to tremble, clouds to move, and the void to shake. A terrifying aura erupted from Han Qianran's body once again, affecting the energy of heaven and earth in all directions. The void above the demonstration platform began to blur and distort. Heavens, what kind of power is this? It can affect heaven and earth. This aura is too terrifying. The surrounding heroes were truly moved and horrified. That terrifying power was affecting heaven and earth. At this moment, Han Qianran was like a god descending, and his pressure was terrifying. At this moment, Han Qianran had already stepped onto the demonstration platform. The void flowed with a hazy radiance, and a sacred aura descended, causing the surrounding disciples of legalism to look up at the void and kneel down. I know, that's the power of a supreme being. Han Qianran is a supreme being. No, he hasn't reached the true supreme being level yet. Among the various families, someone exclaimed and trembled with fear. No, he's not a true supreme being, but a half-step supreme being. Han Qianran has surpassed the human supreme being and became a half-step supreme being. In the crowd, Huang Linger spoke, her seven-colored eyes rippling with divine splendor. A half-step supreme being was already terrifying enough, but anyone who was related to a supreme being would be terrifying. A half-step supreme being. In the distance, the experts of legalism and the old man smiled. A half-step supreme being was one of the strongest existences in the world. Han Qianran's talent had surpassed the human supreme being. Although he was only a half-step supreme being, it was enough to look down on the world and shake the world. A half-step supreme being. Du Xiaofu looked at Han Qianran and felt the power of his aura. Then he murmured softly, Xiaojing seems to be a natural-born supreme being. Kid, are you desperate? Han Qianran was in the sky at this moment, looking down at Du Xiaofu. A supreme being had descended to the world. Golden electric arcs fluctuated, and divine splendor poured down like a rain of light, like a miracle. Chapter 1549. Someone like you, I can beat 10 of you. Du Xiaofu looked at Han Qianran with a serious look. That guy is really arrogant to the end. He doesn't know what death is. The graceful woman of legalism looked down on Du Xiaofu and sneered. She believed in her second brother Han Qianran unreservedly. That arrogant guy was about to be trampled. I'm a half-step supreme being. In front of me, even if you're a dragon, you'll have to coil up. Even if you're a tiger, you'll have to lie down. Han Qianran shouted, and his voice shook the sky. His words made the people of the dragons, who were in the distance, look terrible. Boom! The air was trembling. Han Qianran had made his move. Violent power began to pour out from his body in all directions, shaking the void in all directions. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The sky was full of golden thunderbolts, dazzling runes, and supreme power, cosmic form of heaven and earth. With a thunderous shout, Han Qianran launched his attack, twisting this part of the world, as if he was controlling the world. From the high sky, a bright circular vortex was formed. The circular vortex condensed into a solid object, turning into a spiral vortex, tearing the space. A terrible power descended from the ninth heaven, directly enveloping Du Xiaofu. The terrible spiral vortex descended, and a vision of heaven and earth appeared. The surrounding space cracked, revealing a heart-palpitating dark light, making the world tremble violently. Then the sky collapsed, and the void exploded, emitting a bright and dazzling light. This cosmic form of heaven and earth suppressed and destroyed everything, revealing a terrible momentum. The surrounding people looked at it, trembling with fear, and their primordial spirits. It was a force that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was unstoppable as it crushed down. Du Xiaofu also moved. At this moment, the whole world began to ripple with a violent and majestic destructive energy. Silver-gold electric arcs fluctuated, becoming brighter and brighter, like rolling up a sea of thunder, violently surging, and a violent, destructive energy filled the air. Roar! Amidst the surging silver-gold electric arcs, a dazzling silver-gold electric arc rushed out. The electric arcs splashed into the sky, and a thunderous beast roar resounded. In the next instant, a gigantic silver-gold lightning tortoise that was thousands of feet long appeared. It soared into the sky with dazzling lightning arcs and destructive lightning energy that shook the space. This giant lightning tortoise was originally the soul seed dharma idol of the great earth-shattering thunder. Now that Du Xiaofu had condensed it with 3 types of spiritual lightning and the pressure of a supreme being, Its power had increased exponentially. Its might was boundless. Roar, the silver-gold lightning tortoise, raised its head like a giant dragon and soared into the sky. Its terrifying roar was like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven. Just this sound wave alone was enough to cause the primordial spirit of an ordinary martial domain realm cultivator to tremble. Under countless stunned gazes, the huge silver-gold lightning tortoise rushed into Han Shenron's spiral vortex. In an instant, it was as if countless bombs had been thrown into the huge wave, and thunderous sounds resounded from it. Rumble, dazzling electric arcs overflowed, and lightning runes surged wildly. The world was about to be shattered. The martial proof platform and the vast square were trembling, and the earth and mountains were shaking. If it were not for the support of the talisman array, the world would have been destroyed. The terrifying collision caused countless onlookers around the square to retreat. The energy aftermath that spread out was enough to kill a martial-honored realm cultivator. Dang dang! Under everyone's gaze, Han Qianran staggered back on the martial-proof platform. His footsteps shook the martial-proof platform. Puff! Han Qianran's eyes were trembling, and his expression was horrified. When he finally stabilized his body, he opened his mouth, and a wisp of blood flowed out. Dang dang! At this moment, Du Xiaofu only staggered back a little in the void. He stepped on the air, and the space rippled under his feet. His body stood still again. Han Qianran is injured. The crowd was shocked, and countless eyes were trembling. Oh my God, is this true? That arrogant guy had withstood it again, and Han Qianran was injured. Han Qianran, who was a half-step to supreme martial artist, was still unable to defeat that arrogant guy. That spiritual thunder is too strong, and its aura is complex. It seems like the legendary earth-shattering thunder, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems to have the aura of the legendary silver silk, soul-devouring thunder. So strange. In the distance, the legalism experts were also trembling. Han Qianran had used all his strength to activate the legalism's heaven and earth dharma form, but he was still injured. This was unacceptable to them. He defeated Han Qianran, a half-step to supreme martial artist, with pure primordial spirit strength. His primordial spirit strength is too terrifying. He is a demon. Among the crowd, there was a beautiful, shy girl with a smile that was like a flower. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Is this the despair you want to give me? It seems that the effect is only to disappoint me. Is this all the younger generation of legalism can do? Du Xiaofu looked down at Han Qianran with a domineering look, like a real god of war. Han Qianran's eyes trembled, and his eyes shone with golden light. His face was pale, and he was frozen in place. His expression became serious, and then Han Qianran did not say anything. He formed a hand seal, and a vast aura suddenly permeated the world. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Han Qianran stepped into the air, and his brocade robe was covered with an energy armor. The runes shone brightly, and divine light surged, rushing into the sky, making the whole world seem sacred. In an instant, Han Qianran appeared in the air, and his body was wrapped in the light of runes. The mysterious runes intertwined in the void, and there was a shocking fluctuation in the surroundings. Bright golden arcs of lightning danced in his eyes like the sun. Boom! Suddenly the world trembled, and there was a sonorous sound of wind and thunder, as if a supreme force was crushing down. Chi-la! Han Qianran closed his eyes and then opened them again. Just as his eyes opened, there was a frightening beam of light that swept out like thunder. His gaze could illuminate the boundless void and see through the past and the present. Roar! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Qianran activated his martial vein and the power of a half-step supreme. Han Qianran activated his martial vein spirit, which was a pure-blooded white tiger phantom that had turned into a real spirit. Its whole body was shining with white light, and it was peerless in the sky. Han Qianran also activated the heavenly soul divine thunder in his body, and several other terrifying means. The void was collapsing, and the world was collapsing. At this moment, Han Qianran's body was surging with divine light, and it was like a miracle. He activated many means and merged them together. Thunder and lightning rushed into the sky, and the white tiger roared. Some beasts spread their wings and soared into the sky, and some dragons roared, turning into a vision of heaven and earth. That's the power of the law of legalism, and the combination of the power of magic. The young people of the various clans exclaimed. Obviously, Han Qianran had cultivated the power of the law of legalism to such a terrifying level. The heavenly Tao is far, and the human Tao is far. Break the law. At this moment, Han Qianran was standing in the void without the slightest seriousness, only majesty and power. He gathered everything and looked down on the world like a supreme being. Boom! As soon as the last word was spoken, Han Qianran waved his hand and unleashed all of his power to suppress Du Xiaofu. This was the Tao of legalism, the combination of magic and power, and the power of the law was boundless. Rumble. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and it was as if thunder had exploded. The void was bright and blazing, and the destructive power was natural and spread out from the sky. This terrifying attack turned the void into nothingness, and cracks appeared in the space where it passed. This scene caused everyone to tremble in fear, and their hair to stand on end. The terrifying pressure and energy made all living beings tremble at this moment. Han Qianran, the number one person of the younger generation of legalism, no one would think that he was not powerful enough at this moment. No one would deny the strength of the guy who called himself the god of war at this moment, and he even made Han Qianran suffer loss just now. Can the god of war still resist? But now, everyone had to be on tenterhooks because Han Qianran was really too powerful at this moment. Chapter 1550. Mu Yuming, Yu Bufan, and the others stared blankly at the sky, their nerves tense. They stood at the edge of the square, shocked to the point that they were speechless. The legalism experts in the distance were also shocked at this moment. The mysterious young man was able to force Han Qianran to such an extent it could be said that he was strong. If such a young man could be subdued and used by the legalism, it would be enough to suppress the other 8 families and the other forces. Some legalism elders pondered and were shocked. Indeed, he is much stronger than the previous ones. On the martial proof stage, Du Xiaofu smiled, his eyes full of appreciation. When the faint voice came out of his mouth, a silver gold arc of light flashed out of Du Xiaofu's forehead, releasing a violent and destructive pressure in an instant. Boom! The pressure of a true, supreme being instantly descended, and the power of the silver gold lightning that filled the sky suddenly increased exponentially. This was the fusion of the 3 kinds of spiritual thunder in Du Xiaofu's mind at this moment, and the mysterious spiritual root was no longer hidden and suppressed. From yesterday to today's battle, Du Xiaofu had used the power of his soul, but he did not use the 3 kinds of spiritual thunder and the mysterious spiritual root. Chi-Lala, a huge silver-gold thunder tree appeared in the void, and the supreme pressure from the strange silver-gold thunder tree poured out in all directions, dazzling and palpitating the sky. It was the 3 kinds of spiritual thunder in Du Xiaofu's soul, and the mysterious spiritual root condensed without reservation. On the silver-gold thunder tree, mysterious runes shone brightly, covering the whole tree, covering the sky and the sun. The ancient and domineering aura was bleak and magnificent, and it could not be provoked, containing violent destruction. Han Qianran urged his full strength, and at this moment, Du Xiaofu also completely used the power of his soul, spiritual thunder, and the mysterious spiritual root. Boom, boom, boom! When the 1,000-foot thunder tree appeared in the void, it suddenly shocked the audience and thunder rolled around as if it was going to destroy the world. I know, that's the golden crow heaven-burning lightning, the golden crow heaven-burning lightning that's rumored to be related to the golden-winged great rocks. Far away from the plaza, a legalism elder suddenly trembled. I understand now. I understand everything now. The silver silk soul-devouring lightning, the earth-shattering lightning, and the golden crow sky-burning lightning. This kid doesn't have just one type of spiritual lightning. He has fused 3 types of spiritual lightning into his body. A middle-aged man's voice trembled. His nascent soul trembled as he stared at the huge silver-gold lightning tree in the sky. His eyes shone with divine light, fusing 3 spiritual thunders into one. Miracle! This is a miracle. Unbelievable. A legalist old man trembled, finding it hard to believe that something like this would happen. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven for ordinary people to fuse with a spiritual thunder. Han Qianran, as a genius, had fused with the heavenly soul divine thunder with the help of his seniors and the protection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But in the end he almost failed. At this moment, the mysterious young man had fused 3 spiritual lightnings into his body. Just how abnormal and miraculous was this? There seems to be a spiritual root in the young man's nascent soul. This spiritual root seems to be a legalism expert's expression changed. The giant lightning tree contained a supreme aura. Although it had already fused with 3 spiritual thunders, he still managed to detect it. At this moment, in the sky that was about to collapse, Han Qianran's momentum was natural. But when the 1,000-foot giant lightning tree appeared in the sky, it trembled visibly. Han Qianran was like a supreme being, but he was still lacking. After all, he was only half a step away from being a supreme being. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The silver-gold lightning tree emitted an ancient aura. It was a real supreme being that couldn't be resisted. It couldn't be provoked. Mysterious runes burst out from the silver-gold lightning tree. They directly traversed the void and were deeply planted in the sky. A magnificent and desolate aura spread. The aura of the giant lightning tree was like a supreme being, stopping the terrifying and violent, destructive power of the former. At the same time, the silver-gold lightning tree's electric arcs filled the void. It was as if countless lightning tree roots were taking root and sprouting, absorbing the energy of the heavenly soul divine thunder in all directions. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, a shocking scene appeared in the sky. The heavenly soul divine thunder activated by Han Qianran was swallowed by the giant lightning tree. The white tiger meridian spirit was violently destroyed by the silver-gold lightning. The ferocious birds and beasts in the void and the strange phenomena of heaven and earth were destroyed by the silver-gold lightning. At this moment, the terrifying momentum of the world seemed so weak in front of the giant silver-gold lightning tree. The silver-gold lightning tree was the real supreme being at this moment. Boom! Du Xiaofu stepped out. His battle clothes fluttered. He didn't look like a talisman master at all. The god of war soared through the sky, unpredictable and ghostly. He waved his hand and punched Han Qianran's energy armor. Puff! Han Qianran's energy armor shattered with one punch. Han Qianran's body fell straight from the sky. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and finally landed heavily on the square. Bang! When the extraordinary young man fell from the sky onto the Marshall-proof platform, all the legalism disciples felt like they had fallen from heaven to hell. Walala! In the air, all the terrifying energy spread out like a storm. When it reached the distant sky, it suddenly stopped and dissipated into nothingness. There was a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were dull as if time had stopped. Everyone was stunned. Han Qianran, the number one of the younger generation of legalism, was defeated by a talisman master from the outside world. If this news spread out, it would definitely cause great waves in heaven and earth. At this moment, the hearts of all the legalism experts present began to churn. Their hearts were in turmoil. At this moment, they had really realized that this was a big problem. Han Qianran was defeated and his dignity was greatly damaged. The outside world would also be stirred up because of this. At that time, if the mysterious young man was not willing to be used, he would be a great threat to legalism. Oh my God! After the dead silence, the people of the major families and forces were in an uproar. The young experts of the major families who were defeated yesterday knew that they were lucky not to be tortured to death yesterday. That guy is a tyrannical scammer. Then the people of the 8 great families said in a weak voice, the guy who called himself the god of war was so tyrannical. Yesterday, he pretended to fight with them to get the treasures. Countless legalism disciples present were in a state of panic at this moment. Their faces were pale. The number one of the younger generation of the school of legalism had actually been defeated by a talisman master from the outside world, and in such a clean manner. Did this mean that the school of legalism had truly declined? This is impossible, impossible. On the martial proof platform, Han Qianran got up. His robe was stained with blood, and the corner of his mouth was overflowing with blood. His handsome face was a little fierce, and his eyes were a little dazed. Then Han Qianran looked up at Du Xiaofu. His white teeth were stained with blood. He said in a cold voice, "I don't believe it. How could I be defeated by you?" He was Han Qianran, who was half a step away from the supreme talent. He was only half a step away from the supreme talent. He also had the heavenly soul thunder and practiced the Dharma way of legalism. He was born with great power and could dominate the world. But now he was defeated by a talisman master from the outside world. This was a blow that he could not believe in his life. Boom! As soon as Han Qianran finished speaking, dazzling runes gushed out of his body again. They were invisibly connected with the world quake plate, which was sealed in the restriction. Inside the restriction, the world quake plate, which was originally calm, suddenly shone brightly. It was covered with ancient runes and began to flow with a terrible aura. The mysterious runes intertwined and the world quake plate shone. Through the restrictions set by Du Xiaofu, it also emitted an amazing fluctuation. Obviously, Han Qianran was going to use the world quake plate. He wanted to use the world quake plate to verify it. He did not believe that he would be defeated by an outsider. Bastard, that's my treasure! Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. The world quake plate was too terrifying. It was going to destroy the restriction set by him. It was impossible to restrain it. Swish! The space between his eyebrows shone and an ancient aura fluctuated. Du Xiaofu directly activated the ancient desolate space and let the space-time fluctuate to store the world quake plate. In order to prevent Dragon Fifth and the others from copying him, Du Xiaofu did not hesitate to store the heavenly dragon cover, coiling dragon war god armor, evil warding yin-yang chain, and mystic radiance void sword into the ancient desolate space. Han Qianran's face changed again. He felt that the world quake plate had suddenly lost its connection with him. This was almost impossible, but it did happen. Oh no, I lost contact with the barbarian war spear. No, I also lost contact with my dragon shadow phoenix dancing whip. My evil warding yin-yang chain has also lost its trace. I can't contact it anymore. At the same time, Zhang Wenzheng, Hui Mutian, and the others also felt this incredible change. Their hearts were bleeding. How dare you touch my treasure? Get out of my way. The moment he withdrew the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu was enraged. Like lightning, he kicked Han Qianran's chest fiercely. Bang! Like a stone being kicked, Han Qianran's ribs were broken. In the muffled sound of thunder from his chest, his body was kicked out of the martial proof platform. Uft! Blood spurted out of his mouth. Han Qianran's body finally landed heavily on the square. This kick broke the hearts of all the legalism members, old and young, like broken glass. Legalism, is this the strength of the younger generation? Du Xiaofu glanced in all directions and looked at the densely packed figures in the square. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and his body glowed. He shouted, Is there no one left in legalism? Is there anyone who dares to come out and fight? His voice was like a raging wave that swept across the entire legalism, shaking the clouds and the earth. Is he challenging the entire legalism? All the major forces and families were shocked. This guy was clearly challenging the entire legalism at this moment. How arrogant! This is challenging the legalism. In the distance, the old man of legalism suddenly became furious, and his face changed color. The mysterious young man kicked Han Chenran off the martial proof platform and declared that there was no one left in legalism. How arrogant! This was a challenge to the legalism. Since ancient times, this was definitely the first time that someone dared to be so presumptuous in legalism. Moreover, it was a boy from the outside world. In the square, some people with sharp primordial spirit raised their heads and felt a lot of obscure auras descending on the square at this moment. Huang Ling, Er's colorful eyes were filled with shock. She murmured softly, "How will legalism end? I'm afraid that the hidden person has to come out." Boom! Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the sky. A dazzling path of light spread out in the sky and appeared above the void like a miracle. A hazy shadow appeared on the dazzling path of light as if it had emerged from the void. It was hazy and filled with divine light, making it difficult for people to see the formation clearly. However, this method had already shocked everyone. In particular, there was a real supreme aura descending, making people want to be scared out of their wits and kneel down. I'll give you a chance. Go back and recover. Tomorrow morning, on the martial proof platform, only you at your peak will be qualified for me to fight. The voice was ethereal and fell slowly, but it made people who heard it feel like a heavy drum was being hammered. It made people's hearts tremble and their minds panic for no reason. In the end, everything disappeared and the surroundings returned to calmness. Du Xiaofu looked at the void. There were some fluctuations in his eyes, and then they became clear again. Tomorrow. Will it appear tomorrow? Then Du Xiaofu murmured with a smile. He turned around and looked around. In the end, he waved to the people of the various clans and said, "Thank you for the treasures. If anyone wants to get their money back, you're welcome to challenge me tomorrow." After speaking, Du Xiaofu stomped his foot. His battle robe and hair fluttered as he left. Watching the young man in battle robe leave, the square was still in silence. It took a long time for people to recover from their shock. In the 8 great families, Zhang Wenjiang, Hui Mutian, Master Void Spirit, Yan Lihin, and the others looked at the departing figure. They wanted to stop him, but their legs were still trembling, and they couldn't take a step forward. They could only watch helplessly as the young man in battle robes left. Their hearts were bleeding. The treasures that they had with them, the precious treasures of their clans, were all taken away by that guy at this moment. Chapter 1551. The reason why Hui Mutian, Void Spirit, and the others took out their treasures was because they never thought that the kid from the outside world would be able to defeat them. They took out their treasures because that guy insisted on seeing their treasures before accepting the challenge. Secondly, they wanted to prove the strength of their families in front of the other families. If others had treasures, so did they. When they saw Du Xiaofu seal their treasures, they didn't take it to heart. They didn't believe that the seal could truly seal their treasures. They also disdained to rely on their treasures to defeat Du Xiaofu. If they had to rely on their treasures to defeat Du Xiaofu in the end, it would be a loss of face for them. What's more, those treasures were connected to their primordial spirits. It was almost impossible to cut them off. Therefore, those treasures were probably placed there. That kid couldn't take them away, even if he wanted to. They could take them back at any time. But now, Hui Mutian, Zhang Wenjiang, and the others were completely heartbroken. The treasures had been taken away. They didn't know what had happened, but the connection with them had been completely cut off. Now it could be said that they had really lost those treasures. At first, they didn't care, but now that they had really lost their treasures, they were all crying. It was too late for regrets. Bastard, that guy is too deceitful. He did it on purpose. That guy deliberately cheated us of our treasures. After the young experts of the 9 families recovered from their shock, they began to curse one by one, especially for Zhang Wanzheng, Void Spirit, and the others. They had lost their treasures. It would be difficult for them to explain when they went back. What they had lost were not ordinary treasures. At this moment, Du Xiaofu directly returned to the courtyard where he was staying. As for those treasures that had been cut off from Zhang Wenzheng and the others, the reason was very simple. Du Xiaofu had hidden the purple lightning profound cauldron in the ancient desolate space. Du Xiaofu had placed the world-shaking plate, profound radiance void sword, and other treasures in the purple lightning profound cauldron. Not to mention cutting off the connection, no one could find them. Not long after, Yu Bufan, Mu Yaming, and the rest also returned to the courtyard in a grandiose manner, arriving outside Du Xiaofu's room. Lord War God, you're in trouble now. The 9 great families and the dragons are all cursing you. Yu Bufan was still in shock. He reminded Du Xiaofu that the people in the square were still cursing and scolding the god of battle for swindling treasures. Indeed, at this moment, Yu Bufan and the others were convinced that the war god in front of them was clearly trying to cheat the 9 great families of their treasures. This guy clearly could have defeated Han Qianran, but he hid his strength, causing the 9 great families and the dragons to take out their treasures to challenge him. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat, not to mention the 9 great families and the dragons. Even Yu Bufan himself felt heartache for them. All they can do is curse. They won't lose any meat if they curse. Could it be that after losing the treasure, they won't even let others curse at them? Could it be that they dare to challenge me? Du Xiaofu's face was full of smiles. He was indifferent and did not mind. Hearing this, Yu Bufan and Mu Yaming could only feel helpless. Indeed, who would dare to challenge the war god now? War god, where did you come from? Mu Yaming was very curious. He was very clear about the younger generation of Kyushu. Even Bailey Wuya, Mu Qingge, and the others couldn't possibly have such strength. It was rumored that Dongli Qihuang was killed by the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The guy in front of him might even be stronger than the Demon King. Such a character didn't have any reputation in Kyushu before. It was too abnormal. I came from a remote place. This time, I came out to sweep away all my peers in the world. Du Xiaofu patted his chest, looking very arrogant and domineering. Little friend war god, are you here? An old voice sounded. A white-haired old man walked in with a smile on his face. His aura was completely restrained, but the invisible aura he exuded still made the hearts of many legalism's young men and women tremble. Who are you? Yu Bufan, Mu Yaming, and the others dispersed. Du Xiaofu appeared in the crowd and asked the old man with a smile. This old man is Shang Yin, ranked 8th among the legalism elders. Little friend, if you give me face, you can call me 8th elder or Elder Shang. Shang Yin said with a smile, but his eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. Not long ago, he was also present at the martial proof stage. The scene of the battle made him feel incredulous. It's the legalism elder. Yu Bufan, Mu Yaming, and the others were stunned. Then they respectfully stood on both sides and bowed, not daring to breathe. Seeing that Shang Yin was extremely polite and smiling, Du Xiaofu also nodded and asked, "A dignified elder came to find me. Could it be that tomorrow's battle has been cancelled? Could it be that the kid in your legalism wants to privately ask me to let him go?" Du Xiaofu could tell that the person who spoke last must be a young man. He hid behind Han Qianran, which was enough to show his strength and also proved the foundation of legalism. Listening to Du Xiaofu's words, Shang Yinlao could only smile bitterly. This brat was really as daring as the rumors in the clan had said. Shang Yin's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Tomorrow's battle is your own business. You're all young people. It's good to learn from each other. Maybe you can learn from each other and advance further." Shang Yin's voice paused for a moment, looking around, then continued to smile at Du Xiaofu. It's all because those idiots didn't know how to do things. This old man came today because I can't wrong little friend. With little friend's talent and strength, you're qualified to be a distinguished guest of legalism. How can you stay here? Come with this old man. You should stay somewhere else. Where to? Du Xiaofu asked. Shang Yin smiled and said, legalism's core. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. A trace of righteousness flashed across his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. I'll go take a look inside. Then Du Xiaofu bid farewell to Yu Bufan and Mu Yuming and left with Shang Yin. He's been valued by legalism. From now on, he's going to have a bright future. With his strength, he defeated Han Qianran, the number one of legalism's younger generation. Naturally, he'll be valued by legalism, and it'll be more than just a little. Looking at Du Xiaofu's back, Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming, and the others were envious. He was personally invited by the Eighth Elder and was valued by legalism. His future was unimaginable. In the air, Du Xiaofu sat on one of the Eighth Elder's beast-revered realm demonic beasts and looked down at the vast and boundless land of treasures. That's my legalism's beast mountain, a place to cultivate beasts. In front is my legalism's herb field, where natural treasures and spiritual herbs are cultivated. On the left, there's a mine that produces all kinds of refining materials. Everything here is from ancient times. Anything here is rare in the outside world, and some are even unheard of in the outside world. Shang Yin explained to Du Xiaofu. What a rich heritage! Du Xiaofu didn't have a good impression of legalism, but at this moment he couldn't help but tremble. The beast mountain below was endless, hundreds of thousands of miles long. The herb field was vast, like a vast plain. The mine was towering and endless. The top forces in the outside world simply didn't have the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath. Roar! The Eighth Elder, Shang Yin, seemed to be doing this on purpose. He brought Du Xiaofu over to the Beast Mountain, where countless demonic beasts with ancient bloodlines roared, shaking the heavens and earth. Once these demonic beasts reached their peak, they would all be terrifying existences. Flying over the herb field, the fragrance of herbs filled the air and the light shone. Countless spiritual herbs and precious herbs were thriving. Precious herbs that were rarely seen in the outside world were densely packed in the herb field. For example, treasures like the golden tree and the seven-colored spiritual vine were also shining in the herb field. They were not inferior to the grass of immortality and dark insight grass. They could be used as medicine, and once they gained spiritual intelligence, they would be even more amazing. The mine was continuous, and in some of the caves there were even strange phenomena that soared into the sky, proving that they contained shocking treasures and materials. Such a place made Du Xiaofu's eyes red with envy, and his blood was pumping. Where are you from, little friend? Shang Yin looked at Du Xiaofu, secretly noticing the change in expression on his face, and asked with a smile. Du Xiaofu came back to his senses, straightened his body, and said, I'm from a remote place. This is my first time leaving the mountain. Little friend, do you plan to join my legalism? Shang Yin continued to ask. Why should I join legalism? Du Xiaofu asked with a smile. Shang Yin smiled. Join my school of legalism. With your talent, you'll be able to receive the full support of my school of legalism. You'll be able to use all the cultivation resources, and you'll be able to read the experiences left behind by the seniors of my school of legalism at any time. Before long, you'll definitely become the strongest existence in the world. Shang Yin paused for a moment and looked around. Everything within the school of legalism will also be yours when the time comes. So good! Du Xiaofu was very surprised and tempted. He then shook his head and said to Shang Yin, I'm afraid that won't work. I have already beaten up so many people in your legalism, and they will definitely hate me to death. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, and the most outstanding will be swept away by the current. If I join legalism, they will definitely ostracize someone as outstanding as me, and I will not be able to blend in with the masses. The strong are destined to be accompanied by loneliness. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Shang Yin suddenly felt that he couldn't continue. If he didn't see the serious expression on Du Xiaofu's face, he would even suspect that Du Xiaofu was fooling him. However, he was the 8th elder of legalism, and no matter how bold this kid was, he wouldn't dare to play with him. Then Shang Yin looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The strong will only be respected by others, and the strong should not be accompanied by loneliness but by beauties. There are countless beauties in my legalism, and I don't know if you have someone in mind. If you can become a couple with a beauty in my legalism, then you will completely become a member of my legalism. With your talent, you might even become the new lord of my legalism and walk to the peak of this world. How tempting." Du Xiaofu licked his lips and suddenly looked at Shang Yin seriously. His expression changed, and he asked, "But you mean to say that you want me, the invincible war god, to marry into your legalism?" "This," Shang Yin smiled and said, "this is not considered marrying into your family. My legalism is all-inclusive and can accommodate all things. When the time comes, you young people can do whatever you want." Before Shang Yin could finish his sentence, Du Xiaofu interrupted him. He curled his lips and said in a serious tone, "Actually, marrying into the family isn't a big deal. I just don't know how the beauties of your school of legalism are like. If they're beautiful, I can definitely consider it." Chapter 1552. Elder Shang Yin's face twitched, but he still nodded with certainty and said, "The beauties of the school of legalism are not just beautiful. They're otherworldly and devastatingly beautiful. It said that they're even ranked as the top 10 beauties of the school of legalism. None of them are married yet. This time, many factions and families have come, and the younger generations all want to see them. Some are even begging for marriage." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Shang Yin suddenly felt like he had become a matchmaker. Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. He looked at Shang Yin and licked his lips. "There are 10 beauties? Really? Are they all devastatingly beautiful?" "Of course, they are all devastatingly beautiful." Shang Yin nodded affirmatively. He looked at the kid's shining eyes. He seemed to be a bit lecherous. Young people really couldn't escape from the word lust. "This is difficult. How am I supposed to choose if they are all devastatingly beautiful?" Du Xiaofu suddenly had a headache. "It's okay. If you really want, I can arrange for you to marry one of the 10 beauties. Just choose the one you like the most." Shang Yin's old face was embarrassed. He felt like he was a pimp at this moment. This kid could like anything, but he was so lecherous. As a cultivator, shouldn't he be more interested in cultivation? However, if he could let this kid stay in legalism, it would be worth it. Du Xiaofu shook his head and said to Shang Yin, "This won't do. If I only choose one, what about the other 9? They will be disappointed. I am so outstanding. I shouldn't only belong to one. Elder, can I marry all of them?" "You want to marry all of them?" Shang Yin's old face twitched. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a dry throat. This little bastard. Shang Yin cursed in his heart. What did this kid think the top 10 beauties of legalism were? Not to mention the top 10 beauties. Even the women of legalism were not qualified to be touched by outsiders. If he could make this kid stay in legalism and focus on legalism in the future, it wouldn't be a problem to marry one of them. But now, this kid had opened his mouth and wanted to marry all 10 beauties. How big was his appetite? If word got out, legalism would lose a lot of face. Looking at Shang Yinlao's troubled expression, Du Xiaofu made a heartache and said, "If 10 isn't enough, then 9 is fine too. How about 8? 7 is the minimum. 6 is the bottom line. 5, but 5 is too little. We've arrived. In front of us is the core area of legalism. Normally, only the core disciples of legalism can enter." Shang Yin felt as if he had been pardoned. He had finally reached his destination and no longer needed to be tortured. There was no way he could continue chatting with that brat. Du Xiaofu followed Shang Yin's gaze and saw an ancient city in front of them. It seemed to be standing on top of a vast mountain that had been severed. The ancient city was tall and majestic, with a majestic aura. Looking at it from afar, it seemed to be floating in the sky. It was so vast and magnificent that it made people feel insignificant. The ancient city was so huge that one couldn't see the end. The energy of heaven and earth overflowed like mist. "Mother, sister, are you inside?" Du Xiaofu looked at the majestic ancient city and shouted in his heart. Du Xiaofu had agreed to come to the core area of legalism because he wanted to see if he could see his mother and sister. The demonic beast mount landed at the foot of the mountain, and Shang Yin led Du Xiaofu up the city. Even the elders of legalism couldn't easily fly over here. That was disrespectful to the ancestors of the clan. "Greetings, eighth elder." Along the way, the disciples of legalism bowed one after another. All of them had extraordinary temperaments and were extraordinarily charming. "Is he the guy called the War God?" "He's a fierce person. I heard that he fused 3 spiritual lightnings and defeated Second Brother. All the people of the clans were defeated and lost a lot of treasures. Now they are all with him. He has dozens of treasures on him." In the city, countless disciples of legalism looked at the back of the battle suit from afar and pointed at it. Their expressions were very complicated, but no one dared to look down on it. Even Han Qianran, who was known as the number 1 of the younger generation of legalism, was defeated. Although that arrogant guy was arrogant, he was definitely qualified to be arrogant. In this world where strength was respected, strength was everything. It was the same in legalism. All the people of the clans are here. The dragons, phoenixes, demon vultures, and the descendants of the demon realm are here. Shang Yin brought Du Xiaofu to an ancient courtyard. The surroundings were flowing with mist and multicolored light. It was a treasure land that ordinary people couldn't set foot in. "It's that guy. Why is he here?" The people of the clans saw Du Xiaofu from afar. Suddenly, many people rushed out and looked at him from afar. They were surprised to see that guy here. "He is valued by legalism," Qi Jejun said from afar. His heart was in pain. He was thinking about how to take back the infinite glorious star spear. If he lost the infinite glorious star spear this time, he would be too ashamed to go back. "Little friend, you can rest here first. Tomorrow morning, someone will come to pick you up and take you to the martial proof platform. Regardless of tomorrow's result, little friend, you will be a distinguished guest of legalism." Shang Yin said and arranged a secluded ancient courtyard for Du Xiaofu. There were many servants waiting at the side. Shang Yin was going to leave. He didn't want to be entangled by this kid anymore. "Elder Shang, can I walk around?" Du Xiaofu asked Shang Yin. "Yes, I will arrange someone to show you around." Without leaving a trace, Shang Yin nodded and didn't refuse. "I think a few of the 10 beauties should just come and accompany me. Don't tell me the school of legalism doesn't even have the slightest bit of sincerity?" Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Shang Yin with a perverted look. "Okay." Shang Yin was stunned for a moment. In the end, he reluctantly nodded. Not long after, 2 stunning beauties arrived. They slowly walked over, causing uproar and screams. "It's Han Luoyu and Li Mi. Why are they here?" 2 of the 10 beauties. Why are they here? Both of them were 24 or 25 years old. On the left side, their hair was in a bun. Their eyes were bright and beautiful. They were elegant and charming. The one on the right side was like a crane. She was graceful and elegant. She had a smooth jade face and a graceful appearance. Many people followed them all the way to the courtyard where Du Xiaofu was. Their eyes were filled with infatuation. Both of them had some resentment on their faces. It seemed that they had suffered some grievances before coming here. "Why are there only 2 of you? Are you the 10 beauties? You can barely be considered beauties." Du Xiaofu came out, looked at the 2 women in front of him, and gave an evaluation. Obviously, he thought that they were too few. You, hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the beautiful and charming woman on the left was about to get angry. What did he mean by only two? How could he say that they could only be considered beauties? That guy was too hateful. The woman on the right stopped the woman on the left. Then she looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile and said, "My name is Han Luoyu. This is Sister Li Mi. The eighth elder asked us to show you around." Did the eighth elder only tell you this? Didn't he tell you that if I am satisfied, I will marry you? Du Xiaofu asked the two women, puzzled. Du Xiaofu's words were very loud and immediately spread. What? That guy wants to marry Han Luoyu and Li Mi. That guy wants to marry too, and the eighth elder agreed. Suddenly, many young people around were heartbroken and couldn't stand still. Zhang Wenzheng, aren't you interested in Han Luoyu? It seems that your fiancé is going to marry someone else. Haha. In the distance, someone laughed. He was Hui Mutian. He could see that Zhang Wenzheng had been thinking about the legalism's Han Luoyu. Chapter 1553. In the distance, Zhang Wenzheng from the School of Vertical and Horizontal had an ugly and gloomy expression. Ever since he met Han Lu, he had been pursuing her, but he hadn't succeeded yet. Now that he saw Han Luoyu standing in front of that guy, he already felt like he was meeting an enemy. After being ridiculed by Hui Mutian, his expression became even more gloomy. "You're shameless. None of us will marry you." Li Mi was panting with anger. She was one of the 10 beauties of legalism. Not only was she pursued by the legalism youths, but she was also pursued by the youths of the other 8 families. But now, this brat actually wanted to marry the 2 of them. He even wanted to hug them left and right. How could she stand it? Han Luoyu was also very speechless right now. Although the 8th elder did not say it explicitly, she could tell what he was trying to say. He wanted the young man to stay in the school of legalism as much as possible. Even if he wanted them to get married, the clan would agree. With his talent, the family didn't want to miss out on him. They wanted to keep him in an important position. Originally, a person who could defeat her second brother, Han Qianran, wouldn't be wronged. Today, they also saw that guy on the martial proof stage. He was handsome and had a good temperament. However, after hearing this young man's words, Han Lu couldn't bring herself to smile. Du Xiaofu said seriously, "Wrong, not the 2 of you. The 8th elder promised at least 6 of you. He wants me to marry 6 of your so-called 10 beauties." What? That guy wants to marry 6 of the 10 beauties? And the 8th elder promised. When the surrounding legalism youths heard this, they were shocked and their hearts shattered. Legalism is trying to seduce. In the distance, Qi Jejun curled his lips and raised his eyebrows. Looks like legalism is really going to make a move. They're going to put in a lot of effort. In the distant pavilion, Huang Ling smiled as she watched from afar. That brat isn't weak. If Sister Ling is willing to fight, I reckon that legalism's 10 beauties combined won't be his match. In the pavilion, a beautiful woman with a devilish smile said to Huang Linger. Huang Linger faintly smiled without a single speck of dust. She revealed an indescribably ethereal smile and said, "If Big Sister Hongni wants to, then the 10 beauties of legalism would be even more unstoppable. If we can bring Big Sister Hongni back to the demon realm, then it would be quite nice." Haha, the girl giggled. The saint child rose and fell gracefully as she said, "If I bring him back to the demon realm, I'm afraid legalism will suffer a great loss this time." "You want to marry 6?" In front of the courtyard, Li Mi was stunned. Her eyes widened as she stared at Du Xiaofu. She then stomped her foot and scolded, "In your dreams! Don't even think about marrying any of them. The 8th elder has promised me. If you don't want to, you can go to the 8th elder." Du Xiaofu raised his head and said nonchalantly, "Anyway, it's 6 out of 10. They might not necessarily marry you." "You!" Li Mi's cheeks puffed up. This guy actually dared to say that he didn't like her. This was too much. "Little sister Li Mi, don't be angry. This war god friend is only joking. Han Luoyu smiled and comforted Li Mi. The eighth elder had told him that he had to keep this young man in the school of legalism. However, the school of legalism would probably not agree to him marrying 6 women. He was just playing around. I'm not joking. Du Xiaofu said in a serious manner. I'll take you around then. Legalism is very big and has many beautiful places. Han Luoyu smiled and wanted to change the topic. Are there any secret realms or treasure grounds that I can visit? Du Xiaofu asked. Han Luoyu smiled and said, if you stay in legalism in the future, then you can visit all of those places. We don't have enough time today, so we can go to other places first. Okay, I'll let the 6 of you accompany me in the future. Du Xiaofu nodded with a serious look on his face. In your dreams. Li Mi gritted her teeth and said with hatred. Han Luoyu looked at the surrounding people and didn't want to continue this topic. She pulled Li Mi and Du Xiaofu away. You two have to stay close to me. We need to cultivate our relationship first. Du Xiaofu said seriously and followed them. He directly ran between the 2 girls and hugged them in each arm, his hands unceremoniously placed on their slender waists. Crack, crack! At this scene, the surrounding youths seemed to hear the sound of their hearts breaking. Pervert! In the distance, Li Mi and Han Luoyu immediately dodged, but they couldn't get rid of Du Xiaofu. Under countless hateful gazes, his back gradually disappeared. The ancient city seemed to have been passed down from the ancient times. Everywhere was filled with ancient mottled traces. Many places were beautiful and pleasant. Du Xiaofu was led by Han Luoyu and Li Mi everywhere they went. The place was bustling with people pointing and discussing. There were even young geniuses following behind him all along the way. They seemed to be supervising because they were afraid that they, Han Luoyu and Li Mi, would be taken advantage of by that fellow. When they saw that fellow taking advantage of them all along the way, the hearts of those young geniuses couldn't help but bleed. Good cabbages have all been taken by pigs. All the young geniuses beat their chests and stomped their feet. They felt extremely pained and their hearts were bleeding without end. What are the names of the 10 beauties of legalism? Is the true strongest in the younger generation of legalism the fellow that's going to challenge me on the martial proof platform tomorrow? Is there really no one that's more beautiful or stronger? All along the way, Du Xiaofu was constantly cursed by Li Mi, and she didn't have the time to ask some questions. But unfortunately, the final result caused Du Xiaofu to be slightly disappointed. He didn't get any information that he wanted. Du Xiaofu also didn't meet the person he wanted to see as he strolled around the ancient city. Moreover, it was still early today, but there were no more battles on the martial proof platform. After more than 10 shocking battles, who would dare to go up and embarrass themselves? For the various clans, the representatives of the various clans had all suffered a crushing defeat. The remaining people didn't have the mood to go up and fight. The countless spectators in the surroundings had already left long ago. They were waiting for tomorrow's battle on the martial proof platform. It was very difficult for other people's battles to arouse their interest. The ancient city was vast. Du Xiaofu didn't come back until dusk. Anyway, it won't be long before we get married. Why don't you guys stay tonight? We can study cultivation together, the type of male and female dual cultivation. We can even sleep on the same bed. Go to hell. I hope that brother-in-law will ravage you tomorrow. Li Mi interrupted Du Xiaofu's words and turned to leave without looking back. She had endured enough today. That fellow was simply a bastard. Others admired and respected her with a graceful demeanor. But this fellow was a hooligan and a bastard. Rest early. Han Luoyu bowed and smiled. She was much more polite than Li Mi. You guys don't like studying male and female dual cultivation and don't like sleeping on the same bed. We can still discuss life together and discuss our ideals. If you want to leave, don't all leave. Leave. Sigh. Du Xiaofu stood outside the gate of the courtyard. He was very reluctant and disappointed. After a while, he sighed helplessly and entered the courtyard. That fellow is too arrogant. I really hope that Brother Ing Mo will ravage him tomorrow. The legalism youths who were watching from afar also began to disperse. They were all hateful, and the atmosphere was very tense. At night, the stars were bright and the moon was dim. At the peak of the mountain, vast clouds and mist rose, auspicious and sacred. In the ancient mottled stone pavilion surrounded by lush greenery, a young man stood with his hands behind his back. His light, purple hair fluttered in the wind. "You lost your composure today." The purple-haired young man spoke. His voice was very calm. It was so calm that there was no fluctuation in his tone. "Yes, I lost my composure." Behind the purple-haired young man, Han Qianran's face was pale. He raised his eyes slightly and said to the purple-haired young man, "I didn't expect that I couldn't defeat him even if I fought personally. He is very strong. He is indeed very strong. He is stronger than I thought. He is also very bold. I was wondering why he didn't come with his personality. So that's why—" The purple-haired young man raised his eyebrows slightly. On his handsome face, there was a pair of cold eyes that made people look at him. It was as if he was in a jura looking at the moonlit night. "You know who he is?" Han Qianran was surprised. "I'm afraid that I'm not the only one who knows. There should be some others who have guessed it." The purple-haired young man's tone was still as calm as ever. He said softly, "I'm just curious. A person who doesn't even have a heart can still reach this step. Is there really anyone in this world who can't die? It makes me curious." "You mean he is due?" Han Qianran's body trembled violently. The purple-haired young man said softly, "After all, he has the blood of my aunt in him. He rose in the outside world, but he shouldn't have come." Chapter 1554. Rumble. The collapse of the divine diagram was like a world falling. In an instant, it drowned the void and brought the whole world into this terrifying world. It made people feel as if they had passed through time and space and entered another world. In this world, everything was under Han Ingma's control. That was his domain, his world, and he was the ruler of everything. What a terrifying Han Ingma! His magic power is like nature itself, perfectly fused together. His attack is much stronger than Han Qianran's full strength. The representatives of the various clans, the dragons, Longwu and Huangling, or of the Phoenix clan, suddenly exclaimed and turned pale with fright. Han Ingma's cultivation was actually so terrifying. His attack was so terrifying. Du Xiaofu's expression also changed slightly. This Han Ingma was indeed very strong. This was Du Xiaofu's evaluation, but he was only very strong. Rumble! Du Xiaofu made his move, directly activating the silver-gold lightning giant tree. It appeared in that world, towering and sprouting. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Thunderclouds rolled, and explosions were endless. 3 types of spiritual lightning, the mysterious spiritual root, and the power of the mysterious, incomplete cultivation technique. Du Xiaofu merged into one, bringing along a terrifying supreme aura that swept out. Rumble on the martial-proof platform. Explosions were endless. Bright light shone, as if a world was also exploding. Runes were shattered and reborn, and space was shattered and restored. The silver-gold lightning giant tree was crushed by that world. But then the lightning giant tree took root and sprouted again, endlessly, and even devoured a part of the energy for its own use. That world was vast, crushing everything, including the lightning giant tree, wanting to suppress it. Countless ferocious beasts roared inside, and there were even the roars of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and turtles. It was very mysterious, and its attack power was incomparably terrifying. The confrontation between the two was direct and simple. In an instant, the space on the martial-proof platform exploded, as if the blazing sun was being torn apart. Oh my God, it's too terrifying. That terrifying collision, just the power that spread out, made the surrounding creatures crawl and tremble, all of their hairs standing on end. If an ordinary expert who had just ascended to the domain realm were to be affected by that terrifying power, he or she would be instantly destroyed and his or her divine soul would be destroyed. He's really strong to be able to fight Brother Ing Mo to this extent. Li Mi's eyes flickered as she sighed in her heart. Although she somewhat disliked that arrogant brat, at this moment she had no choice but to admit that the arrogant brat was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Boom! The power of the spell condensed into a world, but it was still unable to suppress the giant lightning tree. Han Ingma's expression changed slightly, and at the same time his hair trembled. That world became even more resplendent. Then the dazzling vortex spun and turned into a bottomless, boundless, and terrifying vortex filled with chaos chi. The vortex descended from the 9 heavens, intending to devour the lightning tree and Du Xiaofu as well. Du Xiaofu raised his head and formed a hand seal. With a wave of his hand, the silver-gold lightning tree turned into a long spear. Sizzle, it was the condensation of the 3 types of spiritual lightning and the mysterious spiritual root. The long spear gathered tens of thousands of lightning bolts, like silver-gold lightning pythons lingering around it, and runes erupted. Finally, the long spear soared into the sky like a flying dragon. The long spear was accompanied by rolling thunder, and it directly pierced into the vast vortex. Rumble! At this moment, the space on the Marshall-proof platform exploded, and the vast vortex exploded continuously. In the rumbling sound, the vortex exploded one after another. Cold! The runes were destroyed and countless broken electric arcs scattered in all directions, drowning the vast space. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled incessantly. Then everything disappeared, including the long spear and the vortex. Only the 2 youths on the Marshall-proof platform were standing in the air, their robes and hair fluttering in the wind. It seems like it's a draw. In the shocking collision, the surrounding people regained their senses, and their faces were filled with disbelief, especially Han Qianran and the experts of the Han family. They could not believe that the arrogant youth was actually able to fight Han Ingma to a draw. The eyes of the legalism elders in the distance were filled with dazzling light, and their faces changed as their hearts rose and fell. Han Ingma stood in the air. His skin was crystal clear, and there were strange runes flashing on the surface of his body, flowing with a mysterious power. His indifferent eyes were black and white. However, his eyes were cold and locked onto Du Xiaofu's body. He said calmly, "You indeed have the strength to defeat Han Qianran. His defeat is not unjust. You will also lose. I am invincible." Du Xiaofu was just Han Ingma. His indifferent eyes carried a kind of arrogance and disdain, and his calm tone carried a kind of contempt, which made Du Xiaofu feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Invincible, that requires true strength, and you are far from enough. There are some existences in this world that are beyond your imagination. Han Ingma said calmly, looking at Du Xiaofu, "Since you're here, why are you hiding? You should not exist in this world. You should have died back then, but why are you still alive? Could it be that you want to prove something? I respect life, so I will give you a chance to let you know that from the beginning to the end, no matter how strong you are in the outside world, you are just a weak existence in the outside world. You are the bloodline abandoned by the legalism, not worthy to exist in the bloodline of the legalism. You will pollute the bloodline of the legalism, and you are destined to die, don't you think so?" Han Ingma's indifferent words were very calm. His words spread throughout the surroundings, causing countless disciples of the legalism to be puzzled, and some even could not understand the coldness in his words. Swoosh, swoosh! But at this moment from the legalism, countless old people's gazes suddenly fell on Du Xiaofu, and there were many hidden auras that descended. Han Qianran, Qin Jia, Li Chuya, and the others' gazes also suddenly changed, and they looked directly at the young man in battle robes in the void above the Marshall-proof platform. In the end, I was exposed. Du Xiaofu was in the air, looking at Han Ningma, and there was a light in the depths of his eyes, and a faint golden light began to surge. What's wrong? Is it strange? Are you surprised that I know? Han Ningma smiled faintly and said, You hid very well, and should have the magical power to change your appearance, but your personality will not change. I guessed that you would definitely come. You dual cultivate martial arts and talisman masters, but so do I. The presence of the spiritual root in the power of your soul is very well hidden, but that's the heavenly soul, spiritual root of my school of legalism. No matter how you try to hide it, you won't be able to escape my detection. So your so-called war god is the abandoned bloodline of the legalism. You came back this time to find an opportunity to prove yourself. If you want to step into the legalism, then you have to show me enough strength to satisfy me, or you will always be faced with contempt and disdain. Now, I can give you this opportunity, a chance to fight with me with all your strength, but in the end, you may be very miserable, and you may not have a tomorrow. Of course, you can refuse, but once you refuse, you can piss off back to where you came from. Don't ever set foot in my school of legalism again. As for your other debts, someone will come and settle them with you when the time comes. As for me, I can't be bothered to attack you today. Chi! When Han Ningma's voice fell, the countless gazes of the entire square stopped on Du Xiaofu. Could he be? Many people had already guessed the reason, and were shocked, in disbelief, and even doubtful. If it's possible, I don't want to set foot in the school of legalism at all. You know very well whether I want to come, or whether the school of legalism has gone to such great lengths to invite me back. As for the abandoned bloodline of the legalism, how laughable is that? My father is Du Tingxian, and I am a descendant of the Du family. I am even a descendant of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. But I have nothing to do with the legalism, and I do not care to have anything to do with the legalism, because I am Du Xiaofu, the Rock Emperor of the Barren Country, the Demon King Du Xiaofu. As his voice came out, Du Xiaofu's voice became louder and louder. When he finally finished speaking, the sound waves were like the explosion of heavenly thunder, echoing around the square and engulfing the entire legalism. It shook the eardrums of everyone, and it caused the hearts and souls of countless people to tremble. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's face wriggled, and his limbs and bones began to change. His facial muscles contracted and changed, and the surface of his body was covered with runes. Then, under the astonished gazes of all around, the young man in battle armor began to change. His figure became taller and more slender, and his handsome face had a kind of fortitude and determination. His eyes were clear, and his black hair danced behind his head. At this moment, runes filled the air, and the young man in battle armor floated in the air, revealing his true appearance, and appeared in the legalism. He once again came to the legalism, and with an unstoppable momentum, he domineeringly swept away the young representatives of the dragons and the 9 great clans, and with an incomparably arrogant attitude, he stepped onto the martial proof stage. He was the Rock Emperor of the Barren Country, the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1555. It's really him. Huang Linger of the Phoenix clan and Ninefold Spirit of the Buddhist clan both changed their expressions. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble violently. They were originally guessing that the war god was similar to him and had a familiar demeanor. And now, that familiar young man had appeared on the martial proof platform. It's him, Demon King Du Xiaofu. Among the 8 great families, Zhou Yu and many others had seen the Demon King Du Xiaofu in the Tianhuang continent. Now that they saw him again, they couldn't help but change their expressions. It was actually that ferocious fellow. Is he the person little sister Muhan mentioned? Mo Junyu of the Mo family looked at the resolute youth on the martial proof stage. Her eyes flickered with light, very beautiful. No wonder! At this moment, Zhou Yu of the farmer's clan and Mo Junyu of the Mo family also understood. No wonder they felt that guy had held back yesterday. Everyone was heavily injured, and only they weren't. So it was that ferocious fellow who had held back secretly. Is he the person Big Sister mentioned? The chief family of the yin-yang families, starlight battle, robe fluttered. On his handsome face, he looked at the youth on the martial proof stage and began to carefully size him up. It's him, it's that brat. It's Du Xiaofu. Back then, he even dug out his heart. He's actually still alive, what a miracle. It's him. That ferocious brat is actually still alive. At the same time, the disciples of the legalism school all exclaimed, especially the younger generation. Many of them revealed a look of shock and fear. Back then, that ferocious fellow only had that little bit of strength, but he had already started a massacre in the legalism school, severely injuring countless of his peers. Later on, in the outside world, dozens of legalism's younger generation were killed by him. And now, the war god who had swept through the 9 great families, trampled on the dragons, and defeated Han Qianran, who is known as the number 1 of the younger generation of legalism, was actually the ferocious demon king, Du Xiaofu. This couldn't help but cause the countless gazes in the surroundings to fluctuate intensely. At this moment, the gazes of the many old people in legalism and the many hidden auras all enveloped the martial proof platform, causing ripples and waves to surge. Bastard, it really is that brat. In the crowd, Qing Yu and Chun Qiong's expressions were especially ugly. Chun Qiong was even more gloomy. He was the one who brought that brat into legalism, but he did not realize that the brat was actually Du Xiaofu. To him, this was a slap in the face, causing his face to burn. Is he the legendary one? Some of the legalism disciples who had heard of the rumors were astonished and curiously sized them up. Who exactly is that brat? Why does he look so similar to Miss Xiaojing? Legalism was vast. How big was it? At this moment, there were also people who did not know the inside story and were astonished, not knowing Du Xiaofu's identity. Holy shit, Demon King Du Xiaofu. That guy is actually the Demon King Du Xiaofu. No wonder, so it's the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Above Kyushu, besides him, who else could sweep through the 9 great families? Yu Bufan, Mu Yaming, and the others exclaimed, their eyes almost popping out. So the so-called war god was actually the Demon King Du Xiaofu. In any case, you still have a trace of my Han family's bloodline in your body. You did not disappoint me. Han Ningma looked at Du Xiaofu. His expression was still indifferent as he said, but an abandoned bloodline will always be abandoned. It should not be left in this world to insult our legalism. Brothering M.O. will personally deal with that brat today. That brat's strength is indeed not weak, it's astonishing. He also has an illustrious reputation in the outside world. It's said that he has founded a country and declared himself the emperor. But today he met Brothering M.O. His end will be very miserable. That bastard killed so many of our brothers. We must not let him go. After the legalism disciples recovered from their shock, some of them began to reveal a cold expression. Don't worry, Brothering M.O. will make a move. He's dead for sure. No matter how strong that brat is, he's definitely not Brother Ingmo's opponent. Many young men and women were discussing with cold eyes. It's actually him. Li Mi and Han Luoyu's beautiful faces also changed. With their status in the family, they naturally heard a lot of things and also knew a lot of inside information. Therefore, they knew the young man in battle clothes better than ordinary people. Legalism's bloodline abandoned by legalism. Do you think the legalism's bloodline is noble? I've killed a lot of legalism people. Even now, they can't withstand a single blow from me. Is this your noble bloodline? Is this where your sense of superiority comes from? At this moment, under the gaze of countless people, Du Xiaofu looked at Han Ningma with a sneer on his face, revealing a bit of disdain and ridicule. Every one of you can't withstand a single blow. With this kind of bloodline, you dare to be arrogant in front of me. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Your ancestors of legalism have lost all face because of you. Even I feel ashamed for you. If your ancestors of legalism were still alive and saw that their descendants were all trash but still thought they were extraordinary, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they couldn't wait to slap you bunch of trash to death." When these words came out, how ear-piercing and ridiculing was it? It was like a sharp knife piercing one's body. Even for the elders and experts of legalism, it was like a crisp slap to the face. Ha ha! But when these words fell into the ears of the other 8 families and the dragons, they couldn't help but smile. Legalism's face had been slapped. The entire legalism's face had been slapped swollen today. "This bastard, he's gone too far. Kill him. Brother-in-law, you have to kill this bastard." After a moment of silence, the young men and women of legalism began to loudly shout and raise their arms. Am I wrong? Aren't you all a bunch of trash that can't withstand a single blow? If you want to kill me, then come at me if you have the ability. Besides relying on your ancestors, what else do you have? If trash like you go out, I don't even need to do anything. My peers in the desolate country will slaughter you like dogs. Du Xiaofu looked around at the legalism disciples who were shouting. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his voice was like thunder, crushing everything in its path and resounding endlessly. If we don't kill that brat today, it will be the disgrace of legalism. We have to kill that brat. Let's go together and destroy him. When the young man and woman from the school of legalism, who had been the most boisterous, heard those words, they became especially ear-piercing. Their faces reddened as their eyes shone with coldness. Some of them clenched their fists and bit their lips so hard that blood flowed out. They had never been humiliated like this before. The faces of the old men and experts from the school of legalism all twitched. Their faces were very ugly. Du Xiaofu's words had directly slapped them down. Sai Huanglinger smiled helplessly. She understood this savage guy's temper. Legalism had really found the wrong person to shout in front of. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had already been exposed. Today was probably not going to end peacefully, so there was no need for him to hold back. Du Xiaofu had always been determined that one day he would become one of the most powerful experts in the world and suppress the school of legalism. Han Ningma was the true number one of the legalism's younger generation. A battle with him was unavoidable, and it was also a process of him becoming stronger. Since he had met him now, there was no way to avoid it. There was no need for him to hold back, and he might as well fight. If he couldn't even deal with Han Ningma, then how could he become one of the strongest experts in the world, and how could he suppress legalism? At this moment, Du Xiaofu was absolutely not afraid. Du Xiaofu had honed himself all the way to where he was today. He had experienced hardships and exhaustion, and he had even almost lost his life. But when had he ever been afraid? I have to say, you're too arrogant. At this moment, Han Ingma's calm gaze finally began to fluctuate, and his expression began to change. Du Xiaofu looked straight at Han Ningma and shook his head. His gaze was firm and sharp, and he slowly said, "What I said is the truth. Because of you, I've been through countless hardships, experienced countless dangers, and was covered in blood. I've also been through seas of fire and mountains of knives, and narrowly escaped death several times. So, in front of me, you won't have any superiority." Hearing this, Han Ningma unexpectedly nodded his head, but then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Do you think I'm a flower in a greenhouse? I've cultivated for 30 years, experienced countless hardships, and experienced countless dangers. I've also bathed in rivers of blood and been on the brink of death. The disciples of the 9 great families, you ordinary people can't be compared to them. As a true disciple of the 9 great families, I've cultivated even harder and have sacrificed far more than ordinary people. Do you think you can nurture a true expert with just the resources you have? Even if the people from the outside world have countless resources, how many of them can actually achieve anything in the end? To you people from the outside world, you only see gorgeous resources, but have you ever paid attention to the amount of effort that surpasses yours?" Han Ingma's voice paused for a moment, and he looked at Du Xiaofu with a faint sneer and said, "So, in front of me, all your so-called hardships are not enough. In the end, you can only kneel before me, because I'm Han Ingma of legalism, and you're just a descendant of legalism. As Han Ingma's last word fell, the runes on his body suddenly rushed into the sky, and the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. The entire martial proof platform shook, and his purple hair swayed. His body flowed with holy light, and mist filled the air. The mysterious runes on his talisman lingered, emitting a purple mist, and a light mist rose from the heavens and earth. Boom! At this moment, the heavens and earth changed color, and an endless aura surged. Aho! A dazzling, five-clawed, true dragon rose up. It was a living creature, a true dragon, and it coiled in the air, crossing the heavens, and a terrifying true dragon aura descended. From Han Ingma's body, a world surged out once again. This world was far more tyrannical than the world that Han Ingma had activated before. There were stars revolving, mountains and rivers flowing, and mountains connecting together. There were tens of thousands of beasts jumping around, and spiritual birds flapping their wings. Rumble. When this world appeared, the entire legalism surged and the color changed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the tides rose and thunder exploded. This is Han Ingma's true magic power. He activated his martial vein and vein spirit. He cultivated both the martial path and talisman path, and he even activated the legalism heavenly soul spiritual root. He's so powerful, so terrifying. In the crowd, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and a vast aura collapsed. Qi Jejun, Long Wu, Hung Qi, Sulingzi, and the others were also trembling. This was Han Ingma's true power, and it was extremely terrifying. Purple light flowed in the heavens, and mysterious runes descended, as bright as divine fire. At this moment in that world, Han Ingma stood on the true dragon, his purple hair and robes fluttering in the wind. He looked down on all living things, and he had a terrifying aura and a posture that could suppress billions of living things. Du Xiaofu, the current you is nothing in front of me. Han Ingma spoke, and with a wave of his hand, the world around him collapsed, and as if it was causing the universe to revolve, the qi of heaven and earth seeped out, and that world seemed to be evolving into reality. Aho! Aho! The true dragon roared, and the dragon's roar did not stop. It rose up and tore the space, and the sound shook the surroundings. All of this turned into a destructive force, and when it descended, the space suddenly collapsed and pitch-black spatial cracks densely covered the surroundings. Then, under countless shocked and trembling gazes, that world directly crushed Du Xiaofu in an unstoppable manner, and directly enveloped him. Brothers, today's update ends here. Don't scold me. I woke up early in the morning, and it's been almost a day since the exam. I didn't sleep much last night, and now I'm really tired. I'll take a nap first, and tomorrow there will be a third, or at least a sixth, update for everyone. Let me sleep first, and then I'll work hard. I reckon that when this plot ends, you guys will definitely want to ruthlessly suppress me. Ha! Chapter 1556. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu was enveloped and crushed by Han Ingma's world. Not good. Will he explode from the pressure? At this moment, even though they knew how powerful the Demon King Du Xiaofu was, Yu Bufan, Mu Yaming, and the rest couldn't help but be on tenterhooks. Mo Junyu, Zhou Yu, Jiang Yinfeng, Qi Jejun, and the rest were also trembling. Under Han Ingma's terrifying magical technique, they knew that they couldn't resist it at all. Han Ingma's strength made them, who were proud of themselves, admit from the bottom of their hearts that they couldn't resist and resist. In the terrifying world, Han Ingma dominated everything. The stars revolved, the mountains and rivers were majestic, and the mountains were connected. Beasts roared, spiritual birds flapped their wings, and true dragons soared through the sky. All of this was so shocking. The magical technique was one, and it was as if it was formed by nature, crushing everything. This is Brother Ingma's strength. No one in the same generation can compare to him. The eyes of countless legalism disciples trembled. Their blood boiled, and their gazes were blazing. This was the true leading figure of their legalism. He was so powerful that he could sweep through the world and look down on the world. Han Ingma was the true number one person in the younger generation of legalism. He was one of the most powerful monsters hidden behind legalism. His strength had long surpassed many of the elders in legalism. At this moment, under that terrifying pressure, all the elders and experts of legalism revealed smiles and shock. Han Ingma's strength was the hope of legalism. Everyone's eyes were trembling. Everyone's gazes were focused on that world, and they were terrified for Du Xiaofu. Under that terrifying pressure, even the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Would the demon king, Du Xiaofu, be directly crushed in that terrifying world? However, Du Xiaofu wasn't. He was enveloped by that world. At that moment, purple lightning talismans quietly covered Du Xiaofu's body. In an instant, an unprecedentedly powerful aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body, as if it was covering the sky and earth. Boom! Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds rolled and the sky changed color. It was as if doomsday had arrived. A vast aura suddenly swept out in all directions. An aura emanated from Du Xiaofu's body. This aura was extremely powerful, and it was filled with the aura of execution. This aura didn't carry any murderous intent, but it displayed the majesty of creation and the righteousness of the world. It was capable of sweeping through the heavens and punishing all living things. Under that kind of murderous aura, all living beings in the surroundings trembled in their bodies and their souls. Du Xiaofu moved in the world of terrifying spells. He raised his head slightly, and purple lightning runes wrapped around his body as if he was covered in a purple lightning armor. He crossed the space and ascended to the heavens with each step. Under the pressure of that terrifying world, Du Xiaofu's body began to shine. Boundless violet lightning runes erupted, and violet gold lightning condensed and spread out in all directions. Rumble! The violet lightning struck in all directions, causing the world to rumble incessantly. The violet gold lightning overflowed into the sky, as if it wanted to turn this world upside down. You are a genius of legalism. You have your own training. I walked out of the stone city. Father and son depended on each other for survival. Then I roamed the world. You have the bloodline of legalism. You have beautiful resources, and you have also bathed in a river of blood. I have tempered myself with blood, and I have honed myself to the extreme. You think legalism is high and mighty. You look down on Kyushu and see them as mere mortals. But I have never cared for them. I don't even spare them a glance. You have always been following in the footsteps of your ancestors. You want to recreate the glory of legalism. And what I want to do is to create a great and powerful family. I want to protect my Du family for generations to come. I want to never be bullied and humiliated by others. I want to never be separated as a family. Step by step, with his head slightly raised, Du Xiaofu ascended to the sky in that small world. His eyes and voice were filled with endless determination. The tall and straight young man in battle robes crossed the mountains and rivers. The demonic beasts and spirit birds around him could not stop him. Even the mountains automatically separated. Every time he took a step in the air, the tyrannical energy fluctuation increased by a portion. The violet lightning around him undulated like a vast ocean. It was as if a purple rainbow had crossed the sky. Dazzling lightning runes surged in all directions. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the tall and straight figure that seemed to be ascending to the sky. They trembled. Every time the tall and straight young man in battle robes ascended to the sky, it was as if he was stepping on the hearts of all living beings. It was like a heavenly drum and a heavy hammer. When that determined voice entered people's ears, It made their hair stand on end for no reason. Goosebumps appeared on their bodies, and the blood in their bodies boiled. It was as if they were affected by a certain atmosphere. They were moved. Your high and mighty status comes from your bloodline of legalism. It comes from your ancestors' shadow of legalism. When have you ever truly looked at yourself directly? And my pride comes from the bones in my body. It comes from the blood flowing in my body. Because I am from a wealthy family. When Du Xiaofu's last words came out, every word and every sound was like thunder. It resounded in all directions and shook the 9 heavens. At the same time when his last words were spoken, Du Xiaofu stepped into that small world. At this moment, an incomparably tyrannical aura began to seep out from Du Xiaofu's body. It burst forth with a purplish gold light that shot in all directions. It was as if a glorious sun was about to rise in that small world. Walala! The resplendent purplish gold lightning was boundless. It was as if countless purplish gold energy ribbons were pouring down, emitting a blazing radiance. Ao, Ao! A dragon's roar filled the 9 heavens. In that small world, the 5-clawed true dragon soared through the sky. The dragon's might surged, tearing through space and crushing all living beings. It appeared in front of Du Xiaofu with a vast aura. It was also at this moment that a huge, purplish gold rock phantom spread its wings and circled out from the blazing light around Du Xiaofu. It appeared out of thin air and soared into the sky. Gee! The purplish gold rock screeched. It pierced through the clouds and released an endless, majestic, tyrannical pressure. It spread its wings, and purplish gold lightning arcs sparkled all over its body. Its ferocious might covered the sky, as if it was going to soar into the sky and make the world tremble. Oh my God, that's the rock. Countless living beings looked up, and the huge rock appeared in their eyes. The supreme beast's might filled the air. The clouds in all directions moved, the sky changed color, and the 9 heavens shook. The appearance of the purplish gold rock phantom caused the true dragon to tremble. The purplish gold thunder rock flapped its wings and swept out. It was able to distort space. Its entire body was covered with dense purplish gold lightning arcs. In the rapidly distorting space, it finally gathered into a huge purplish gold thunderbolt that poured down. The mighty, tyrannical, and intimidating pressure swept out and finally landed heavily on the true dragon. Ao! The true dragon roared, and the dragon's roar filled the 9 heavens. Its dragon claws tore through the sky, and the dragon's breath surged. The runes were resplendent as it rushed in all directions. Chi-La! The purplish gold rock's lightning arcs burst out, and the lightning arcs wreaked havoc in the sky. It was like a purplish gold sun in the sky, and a claw mark tore through the space. The battle between the dragon and the rock was vast and mighty. Pieces of space were exploding, and the light was so bright that it made people unable to open their eyes. Under the terrifying power, many living beings in the surroundings fell limp to the ground. In the battle between the dragon and the rock, Du Xiaofu appeared. He crossed the space and stepped on the ferocious head of the true dragon. His fist, covered with a thunder martial vein, was like a purplish gold lightning ball as it fell heavily. The purplish gold lightning was filled with punishment, and its aura was like that of the thunder sovereign. Rumble! Under Du Xiaofu's punch, the true dragon wailed miserably. Its eyes surged with shock, and then it directly cracked. The destructive and violent energy dispersed, turning into a dazzling lightning rune that swept out like a tidal wave. The purplish gold thunder rock flapped its wings. Although it was a phantom, it carried the supreme beast's might and the supreme will of the real rock, and it suppressed the heaven and earth. Gee! The purplish gold rock screeched, and its lightning eyes were like 2 purplish gold suns. Its huge body in that side of the world flapped its wings, covering the heaven and earth. It crossed the sky as if it was alive, and its supreme aura was inextinguishable. Its battle intent soared into the sky, and it could suppress the ancient era. All the creatures trembled. That was a true supreme being that looked down on the world and showed disdain for the past and present. Demon King Du Xiaofu, is he a human or a real rock? The supreme beast's might was vast and mighty, and its aura was incomparable. Many creatures were unable to resist and went limp one after another. In the end, Du Xiaofu's figure merged perfectly with the gigantic supreme Peng. Standing there, he was a true golden-winged Peng. I am the sovereign of the human world. I am fierce for the demon king of the world. I am the golden-winged great rock. His voice pierced through the clouds and cracked stone, resounding throughout the world. The lightning runes turned into a rain of light, and the rock followed Du Xiaofu's demonstration of the profound mysteries, undulating up and down in the void. Legalism, so what if you have the power of magic? Break for me. When Du Xiaofu's final shout resounded, the rock spread its wings and shook. Within that world, it flapped its wings and struck the heavens, destroying one star after another, destroying countless vicious beasts and spiritual birds, collapsing mountain peaks and severing mountains and rivers. Rumble! The heaven and earth were rumbling, as if the heavens were being opened. Within the world condensed by Han Ingma, the stars were falling, the mountains and rivers were splitting, and the peaks were collapsing. The world was collapsing and suffering destruction. This was the end of the world. All of this was caused by the golden-winged rock. That rock was destroying the heaven and earth, flapping its wings. It was a supreme being, and the scene was too shocking. Rumble! The rock struck the heavens, as if it wanted to rush out of the universe. That world was finally destroyed, and it was as if a world was being destroyed in front of everyone. The countless creatures present felt as if they were witnessing the annihilation of a century. It was as if in the blink of an eye, the world had already changed, and a century of reincarnation had passed. All the old men of legalism present stood up. Their eyes trembled, and their old bodies shook violently. Their eyes were filled with raging waves. In midair, many obscure auras were fluctuating violently, rising and falling like waves. Walala! Everything around them disappeared, and in the end, even the rock that crossed the world quietly disappeared. Only the young man in battle robes was still standing tall in the void. Lightning flashed around him, and purple gold lightning surged in his eyes. It was as if there were two rolling thunder seas, and the rock was rising and falling in the sea of thunder, setting off stormy waves. Puff, puff! In the void, Han Ingma's purple hair was disheveled, and his eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. From his mouth, large mouthfuls of blood were spat out. You can't even withstand a single blow. Du Xiaofu looked straight ahead, and his voice was vast and mighty, shaking the heavens. At this moment, the young man in battle robes was like a human emperor in the sky, like a demon king descending to the world, like a human-shaped rock looking down on the past and present. The supreme aura filled the air, and he looked down on the 9 heavens.